Morning, everybody. I'd like to call to order the March 19, 2024 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors to order. Madam Clerk, can we please get a roll call?
Supervisor Capps?
Here.
Supervisor Hartman?
Here.
Supervisor Nelson?
Here.
Supervisor Williams?
Here.
And Chair Lavadino?
I'm here. At this time, please stand and join the board in pledging allegiance to the flag. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Next is the approval of the minutes from the March 12th, 2024 meeting.
Move approval.
I'll second.
Moved by Supervisor Hartman, seconded by Supervisor Capps. Can I get a roll call, please?
Supervisor Capps?
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman?
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson?
Aye.
Supervisor Williams?
Aye.
And Chair Lavagno?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Next item of business, CEO's report. CEO Miyasato.
Good morning, board members. I'm pleased to announce that our Public Health Department has partnered with Food Bank of Santa Barbara County to increase food access for North County residents. As of this month, the food bank will be conducting a food distribution at the Santa Maria Health Care Center parking lot. This distribution is scheduled to happen on the second Wednesday of every month between 2 and 5 p.m. We welcome community members in need to access this food pickup site. The effort was championed and coordinated by teams of the Santa Maria Health Care Center, and future locations are being planned. More information can be found on the Public Health Department website at countyofsb.org, and that concludes my report.
Excellent. Madam Clerk, are there any announcements or changes to our agenda today?
Chair Lavagno and members of the board, I have a couple announcements this morning. We posted an addendum to the agenda on Friday, March 15th, amending the sponsoring departments for departmental item number 3. Departmental item number 3 is sponsored by the Treasurer, Tax Collector, Public Administrator, the Board of Directors for the Fire Protection District, and the amendment is to include the Board of Supervisors. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the 2024 certificates of participation, and there is a 4/5 vote required for this item. This addendum was posted online and made available to the board and the public on Friday, March 15th. Lastly, the Board of Supervisors' methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at 805-568-2240. That concludes my announcements for today.
All right, thank you very much. Next item of business, administrative agenda. Would any board members like to pull any items from the A agenda? Supervisor Capps?
Yeah, I need to find the number, but I believe I
27.
27. Thank you. So it's already done.
Anybody else? Supervisor Nelson? Good?
No items up here.
Okay. So I'll now entertain a motion to approve the balance of the administrative agenda. Oh, are there any items from the public that they'd like to pull? Sorry.
Chair Lavagno and members of the board, we have no request to speak on any of the administrative items.
Excellent. So I'll now entertain a motion to approve the balance of the administrative agenda except for item A27.
So moved.
Second.
And those motions and second also reflect the clerk's announcements and items pulled. Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Let's get a roll call, please.
Supervisor Capps?
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman?
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson?
Aye.
Supervisor Williams?
Aye.
And Chair Lavagno?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Excellent. All right, let's move to our resolutions. We have one or two of them today. Everybody's retiring today. What's going on? All right. Some of us got to keep this place going. So we're going to start with administrative item number 1 today.
Chair Lavagno, members of the board, administrative item number 1 is sponsored by Supervisor Lavagno, is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Erica Betroff of the Public Defender's Office as March 2024 Employee of the Month in Santa Barbara County. Joining us here, we have Erica. If you'll make your way to the podium, I will read the resolution into the record. Whereas Erica exemplifies the county's organizational values of accountability, customer focus, equity and inclusion, innovation, trust, and ethics. And whereas Erica models the transformative behaviors of collaborative problem solving, alignment with the county's vision, risk-taking, data-driven decision-making, and strategic thinking. And whereas Erica is a forensic social worker who holds a Master's of Social Work degree from the University of Southern California and certifications in MSW field instruction, and began her career with the Public Defender's Office as a holistic defense advocate in 2018. She was instrumental in beginning and growing the office's Community Defender Division and is a vigorous and tireless advocate for her clients. Erica has also contributed to policy and research initiatives, including the Santa Barbara Holistic Defense Pilot. And whereas Erica takes great pride in the work that she does for the residents of Santa Barbara County and specializes in building strong relationships with clients who have struggled to engage in the past. She works with clients ensnared in the criminal legal system throughout the life of their cases to improve their legal and life outcomes. She supports diverse populations, including immigrants, refugees, isolated populations of people experiencing homelessness, trafficking victims, individuals undergoing competency proceedings in need of crisis services, people living with substance use disorders, and survivors of trauma. She quickly assesses clients and provides crisis interventions to those with mental health, substance use, and housing challenges. Upon identifying needs, she plans and executes individualized interventions with community partners and provides supportive counseling throughout the duration of the legal case, as well as coordination with service providers. Whereas Erica collaborates with attorneys, advocates, social workers, and treatment coordinators to achieve identified client goals. Erica constantly improves processes, efficiency, productivity, and goes above and beyond for each client with her wealth of knowledge and experience regarding the legal system. As an advocate, Erica strives to achieve social justice and decarceration through innovative community solutions. In Erica's spare time, she loves to spend time snowboarding and enjoying her cat, Eggplant. Now therefore be it hereby ordered and resolved that the Board of Supervisors recognizes Erica Petroff as Employee of the Month for March 2024.
Innovation, imagination, and inspiration. There really aren't enough words to describe Erica Batorf. What she's brought to our office, when she came here 5 years ago, there was no holistic defense. But with the help of the community, the support of our department, and the backing of the board, we have grown from one person, Erica, to a whole army of people who are helping our community in many, many different ways. And Erica, every day of that and every month, strives to do more and strives to do better. She lifts up people. She's compassionate, including her team, the department, and people at large, strangers she doesn't even know. It's very fitting that this is Social Work Month as well, and the day after Public Defense Day, that Erica Batorf would be in front of you and that you have noticed her. And she will speak in just a moment for a few minutes, and I know that she will spend her time talking about her team because she will not focus on herself. And we are so grateful for your support and backing and that you have focused on her today. Erica?
Wow, thank you all so much. It's an incredible honor to be selected as someone who represents the values of Santa Barbara County. I'm here today not in recognition of my efforts, but rather the tireless efforts and advocacy of the entire Community Defender Division, and on behalf of the community that we serve. For too long, members of our community have been incarcerated for what we understand now to have been chronic health conditions and the results of poverty and trauma. I'm grateful to see the pillars of holistic defense continuing to be recognized and respected in our community. The mission of the Community Defender Division is to break through any barriers in the way of our clients accessing services through innovation, collaboration, and advocacy. Sometimes these are psychological barriers, but more often as public defenders, we see that the barriers are systemic, institutional, environmental, and have led to the devastating consequences of incarceration. I'm honored to accept this recognition on behalf of our team and all of the county advocates who aim to improve the lives of our clients and community at large. And as a symbol of the commitment that Santa Barbara County will continue to advocate for access to services for everyone impacted by the criminal legal system. Thank you again so much.
Congratulations. Takes us to administrative item number 2.
Chair Labagnino and members of the board, administrative item number 2 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Gerald R. Burns upon his retirement from the Public Works Department after over 25 years of faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County. Joining us here, we have Jerry Burns. If you will make your way to the podium, I'll read the resolution into the record.
Thank you so much.
Let's get a photo with the supervisor.
Whereas Gerald Jerry Barnes began employment with Santa Barbara Public Works Department in the Solid Waste Division, now called the Resource Recovery and Waste Management Division, at the Central Coast Recycling Transfer Station from June 1992 to June 1995 as an extra help heavy truck driver. And whereas Jerry was rehired in June 2001 as a regular heavy truck driver, between 2001 and 2018, Jerry's skills excelled, earning him a promotion to refuse leader in June 2018. And whereas Jerry has demonstrated his ability and knowledge of the South Coast Recycling Transfer Station facility to effectively, efficiently, and safely lead the heavy truck driver loader operators, as well as other personnel. And whereas Jerry has shown his great dedication to this facility by his professionalism and punctuality, exemplified by his consistent persistence and willingness to cover shifts for fellow employees. Jerry was very instrumental in many projects at the SCRTS facility, like constructing the material tipping pad layout and the main tipping pad asphalt and concrete repair projects. And whereas Jerry's experience, commitment, and training will be a good example for our future refuse leaders in our division. And we hope that he enjoys his time going to the gym, riding his bike around Santa Barbara, and taking in a good movie or two. Now therefore be it hereby ordered and resolved that the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors recognize and thanks Gerald Barnes for his 25 years of public service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County and wishes him the best in his well-deserved retirement, passed and adopted today.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and board members. Thank you for acknowledging Jerry's 25 years of outstanding public service to the residents of Santa Barbara County. As you heard in the resolution, Jerry's knowledge and skills are amazing with regards to our transfer station. His dedication to the facility and the team who runs the operation is second to none. When Jerry speaks to the team, it is filled with valuable information for our future team members and for our future leaders. Jerry is constantly mentoring and training our team members, as he is really the go-to person at the transfer station. He ensures the operational knowledge does not end with his legacy from his efforts for the residents of Santa Barbara County. And thanks to those efforts, I can report this morning that the institutional knowledge at that facility will not be lost. Jerry, thank you for your outstanding public service and your commitment to keeping the team safe at all times. Have a great retirement. I'll turn it over now. To Bill Tenoli, his supervisor.
Wait a minute. So Scott's retiring. He's handing off to Tenoli. He's retiring. Okay, I'm just trying to figure this out here. You're A3.
Yep.
I'm sure you've all heard the expression, someone is the right hand, meaning they help you so much and so seamlessly as if they were your right hand doing the job. Well, Jerry is more than my right hand. He is my right hand and left hand. We have worked together so long that I don't have to ask him what to do. I come in and he just has the things done. Jerry has the kind of work ethic that every supervisor dreams of, and Jerry's been here for 25 years, and he showed a dedication and commitment that goes way above and beyond what is requested of him. He is calm and efficient, and he had to practically be forced to take vacation time. Whoever replaces Jerry is going to have mighty big shoes to fill, and thank you for all you've done.
All right. So I'm just curious, Mr. Sneddon, our new Public Works Director, do you have anybody left in your department? Is there going to be anybody? All right, it's just the mighty few are left. Let's go to A3, please.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 3 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring William Tenoli upon his retirement from the Public Works Department after over 38 years of faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County. Joining us here in person, we have Bill Tenoli. I will now read the resolution into the record. Whereas William Bill Tenoli began his employment with the Santa Barbara County Public Works Department in the Solid Waste Division, now called the Resource Recovery and Waste Management Division, as extra help in January 1986 and became a regular employee in December 1986 as a refuse checker. Whereas upon promotion to refuse checker supervisor in November 1996, he demonstrated his ability and effectively supervise the refuse checker team. And due to his knowledge of the South Coast Recycling and Transfer Station and his experience as a heavy equipment operator and heavy truck driver, Bill promoted to refuge leader in October 1999. And whereas Bill has exhibited exceptional dedication to the Public Works Department's mission and the South Coast Recycling and Transfer Station success, he was promoted again to refuse supervisor in April 2018, and whereas his commitment and collaborating with the Resource Recovery and Waste Management Division team to achieve innovative solution has resulted in the diversion and reuse of discarded materials as part of the beautification of the South Coast Recycling and Transfer Station. And whereas Bill's 38 years of commitment, knowledge, mentoring, and expertise will be an example for future leaders of the Public Works Department. His safety-first focus will ensure that he wears plenty of sunscreen as he shifts his dedication towards improving his golf game. Now therefore be it hereby ordered and resolved that the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors recognize and thanks William Tenoli for his 38 years of public service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County and wishes him the best in his well-deserved retirement. Passed and adopted today.
Good morning again, Mr. Chair and Supervisors. Thank you for acknowledging Bill's 38 years of outstanding public service. Bill has always led by example in our department, and he really falls into the category of a working supervisor. He's always willing to do whatever it takes to get the job done. And if we're down a person, Bill will hop into a piece of equipment that day and continue moving the waste material. Bill is loyal, dependable, and a person of his word and will follow through on everything he commits to get done. Just a fantastic leader. He has set the bar very high for our future team members and future leaders to follow. Bill, thank you for that, sir, and I hope the next time we're together, it's on a beautiful golf course somewhere. So appreciate your service, Bill. I will now turn the podium over to his supervisor, Travis Spear.
Thank you, Scott. Good morning. So words that come to mind with Bill is dedication and passion. Bill's dedicated to SCRTS, South Coast Transfer Station, and he's passionate about his employees. He always made sure his employees have everything they need to safely and effectively do their job. and all in order to provide excellent service to all the customers that visit the South Coast Recycling and Transfer Station. A year ago, Bill told me he'd be retiring, and over the past few months, as a show of his dedication, he actually worked with the future leaders to come in on Sundays and show them the ropes, show them some of the paperwork and the facility. It's true dedication on a Sunday when we're closed. Bill's a legend, and his legacy will go down and be an inspiration for all the future leaders of our department, division, and South Coast Recycling and Transfer Station. Bill, I wish you a happy and long retirement. Thanks.
I'd like to thank the rest of the department. I've worked with all of you, and it's been really a pleasure. I'd also like to thank my wife, Suzanne, for letting me go to work every day. All right. Thank you.
Congratulations. All right, we're moving on to A4. Madam Clerk.
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, administrative item number 4 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Kelly McLaughlin upon her retirement from the Child Support Services Department after over 22 years of faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County. Joining us here in person, we have Kelly. If you will please make your way to the podium, I'll read your resolution into the record. Whereas Kelly McLaughlin has devotedly served the child support program and families and children of Santa Barbara County for 22 years, and she has advanced through the program from Attorney 1 to Managing Child Support Attorney to Interim Director in 2018, and most recently to her current role of Interim Assistant Director of Child Support Services. And whereas Kelly fostered an environment of innovation, growth, and risk-taking as she spearheaded electronic virtual files and a paperless court, led the team responsible for the largest single collection in the department's history, and initiated a department-wide program that led to increased collections from trusts and probates. And whereas Kelly has contributed significantly to the county and statewide initiatives through her work with the COVID-19 vaccination pods, by co-leading a legal college and managing attorney forums, by presenting at multiple Child Support Director Association conferences, and by her successful efforts to amend legislation to allow the Department of Child Support Services greater access to relevant court files. And whereas Kelly has demonstrated unwavering commitment, legal expertise, and compassion in advocating for the best interests of children and families, and applied her keen knowledge of the law to help the department to manage the most complex and sensitive cases, complaints, and security issues. And whereas Kelly has concluded her 22 years of public service with the Santa Barbara County when she retires on March 29, 2024, leaving her time to garden, create and design her wood workshop, explore hiking trails, and discover her next passion. Now therefore be it hereby ordered and resolved that the Board of Supervisors commends Kelly McLaughlin for her commitment and distinguished public service to the families of our county, congratulates her upon her retirement, and wishes her many years of continued good health and happiness, passed and adopted today.
Good morning, Chair Lavignino and members of the board. I am Meta Richardson, Director of the Department of Child Support Services. I'd like to thank Kelly for her 22 years of exceptional service to the county and to the child support program. Our child support legal team is a result of Kelly's strong guidance, dedication to the families and children of our county, her exceptional knowledge of child support law, and her amazing ability to impart that knowledge to new attorneys entering the program, as well as to child support staff throughout the department. Most notably, Kelly is a brilliant and widely respected attorney who is able to apply the law in the most complex of child support cases. The resolution to many of the issues that Kelly faced each day, though, as a key member of the department's leadership team, wasn't contained in a legal code section or a court case. In addressing these types of issues, Kelly has exemplified the very best of public service. Kelly's leadership ability, compassion, empathy, stellar judgment, emotional intelligence, perspective, steadfastness, and strength of her convictions have shaped our department into what it is today and will continue to pave the department's path for years to come. It is hard to imagine the department without you, Kelly, but as the servant leader you are, you have prepared the department for your absence and for the future. We want to thank you and wish you well in your well-deserved retirement. Justin Arnold, our recently appointed managing attorney, would also like to say a few words.
Thank you, Meta, and thank you, supervisors, for having us. In my brief time, I just want to convey the absolute sense of joy in which Kelly did her job. Public service was not an obligation for her. It's what she was born to do, and every day she brought that infectious energy to the job, and I'll try to demonstrate that through a couple of quick anecdotes. So walking into court with her, normally going into court, it's a pretty somber atmosphere. It's maybe one step above a funeral. People are nervous about their cases. The attorneys are worried about how the judge is going to perceive their arguments. With Kelly, it was like going into a party. She'd be hugging attorneys she hadn't seen for a while. She'd fist bump the bailiff. And she'd communicate with the court in a respectful, conversational tone that just said, it just told everybody, I know what I'm doing, and I'm here to help. And it was just a real marvel to watch her in action. In the office, she was always able to help us work through thorny issues in a really, really great manner. You could come into our office and say, I got this tough case, Kelly, and she'd say, stand by. She'd take a look in the computer, look it up. She may use some colorful language befitting her service in the Coast Guard previously. But then she would really kind of calmly just walk you through the legal and policy implications of what we're trying to do and help you get to an answer that really serves the public interest. So it was a real, it's just been a really great experience to be able to work with her on those things. And that spirit of joy, that infectious way of being, I know is going to continue our department, and we're going to rely on our experiences with Kelly as we go through these next years. So thank you for having us today.
Well, you'll be grateful to know I didn't write anything down, so it's going to be quick. It has really been my honor and my privilege to serve the families of Santa Barbara County and the kids. As a lawyer, there's really no better way to spend your career than helping children. So I'm very grateful for the opportunity that the county has given me. And I just want to thank our amazing staff, as you've seen them. They work so hard, and they do such a good job. And finally, I also want to thank my wife, Linda. She's back there. She didn't actually let me go to work. She made me go to work. So I get out because she's already retired. So again, really, I am just so grateful for the opportunity to spend my legal career this way. I can't tell you how grateful I am. Thank you.
Well, I guess I have it back. Let's go ahead and get it. Wait for we'll go to A5, please.
Chair Lavagnino, members of the board, administrative item number 5 is sponsored by Supervisor Lavagnino, is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Kimberly Siegel upon her retirement from the District Attorney's Office after over 21 years of faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County. Joining us here, we have District Attorney John Savernock and Senior Deputy District Attorney Kimberly Siegel. I will now read your resolution into the record. Whereas Senior Deputy District Attorney Kimberly Siegel will be retiring on March 30th, 2024, after over 30 years as a prosecutor, 21 of which were spent in Santa Barbara District Attorney's Office. And whereas Kim began her career in 1994 in Tulare County, where she prosecuted several serious and violent cases. In 2002, she joined the Santa Barbara District Attorney's Office, where she was tasked with leading the gang unit and heading the majority of gang-related violence and serious crimes in southern Santa Barbara County. In recent years, Kim supervised the felony unit in Santa Barbara and was in charge of the general criminal filing and attorney training and development. Throughout her tenure with the Santa Barbara District Attorney's Office, Kim won many distinguished awards, from Prosecutor of the Year to the prestigious Thomas H. Gurry Award. And whereas Kim helped vigorously prosecute some of the most heinous crimes during her career, including multiple victims of serial rape cases, cold case rapes and homicides, the murder and torture of a 5-year-old child, 3 strike cases involving extremely violent criminal offenders, and numerous gang homicide cases. Whereas Kim has given back to the community by conducting anti-gang outreach at high schools and teaching prosecutors and law enforcement officers across the state about issues related to trial advocacy, gang, and sexual assault prosecution. Kim has also published training materials for the California District Attorneys Association in the area of sexual assault and gang investigation. And whereas Kim is a consummate professional and has been recognized by her colleagues, supervisors, judges, and law enforcement for her leadership, honesty, talent, determination, and dedication to the prosecution of criminal cases. Kim consistently showed good judgment, professionalism, dedication, and unwavering perseverance and passion in fighting and preventing crime, and committed her career to working with crime victims, the public, courts, probation, law enforcement, and criminal justice partners to enforce the law while seeking fair and just outcomes. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors commends Senior Deputy District Attorney Kimberly Siegel for her faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County and congratulates her upon her retirement and wishes her and her family many years of good health and happiness. Passed and adopted today.
Chair Lavanino, members of the board. This is, Kim's record speaks for itself, but that's not going to prohibit me from talking. Joining Kim and I today are her loving and supportive husband, Deputy Gary Siegel, who himself has a very long and distinguished law enforcement career. I know how proud he is of Kim and how proud Kim is of him. There's something that I tell, for decades I've been telling prosecutors, new and old alike. You can be intelligent, educated, and hardworking and be good at the job we do. You can only be great if you care. And that was the defining characteristic of Kim Siegel's career. She cared. She cared about justice. She cared about safety. She cared about her community. Still does care. I don't think it ends upon retirement. And that was really highlighted in several cases we had where out-of-town gang members came into Santa Barbara County, in some cases to take advantage of us, thinking that it was going to be an easy mark. A series of commercial burglaries. At the end of that trial, there were numerous gang members from Long Beach that were convinced coming to Santa Barbara to commit crime was not a good idea. Also, there's a case where we had numerous gang members coming into Santa Barbara County to take advantage of us during our most devastating disasters, the Thomas Fire, the debris flow. In one case, a poor woman, as armed gang members were running through her house, was trapped in her closet thinking every second could be her last. And that's where Kim's caring came in. Kim cared about that victim. She cared about the community. She fought on those cases. Nobody was going to outwork her. There was going to be justice. There was going to be accountability because they came into Kim's County. They came into Kim's town. They hurt all of us, and she couldn't tolerate that. And when I talk about caring, Kim, I hope you've had the opportunity to look out here. We have old attorneys, we have new attorneys, we have senior attorneys, we have administrators. There are investigators, investigative assistants, victim witness, and all the support staff that Kim has worked with over the many years in this job, because we care about you too. This county owes Kim a debt of gratitude, and I thank the Board of Supervisors for providing it to her. Thank you, Kim.
It's hard for me to get up here when it's about me. I had a lot of ideas about what a prosecutor should be when I started this career 30 years ago. And I still hold steadfast on those beliefs today. I believe that as a prosecutor, we're here to support victims and victims' families. We see some of the most horrific crimes and those people who experience those horrific crimes and what it does to them and the fear that they have. And as a prosecutor, I believe it's our job to help them on the journey for justice and seeking justice, and support them as much as we can when they've experienced such a horrific situation. The second thing that I've always believed in terms of what is an ideal prosecutor is somebody who can make a difference in someone's life. A gang member who wants to get out of the gang lifestyle. Both my husband and I have been firm supporters of people who have chosen to live a life where they're law-abiding and outside of the gang lifestyle. And I thank him for that, and I feel that that's made a difference in somebody's life. My colleagues, being able to train and share whatever knowledge and experience that I have, I appreciate them, and I hope in some way I've been able to have some effect in their lives, even if it means they've had to hear my story 5 times over about cases. And officers, being able to help officers as they grow and develop to be the best that they can be as investigators, and be lawful, and do what they do best, which is investigate crimes. Lastly, I feel that it's my belief as a prosecutor that we are here to ensure public safety. We are here to hold those accountable when they break the law and to protect our community. I want to thank my husband. He is also retiring with me at the end of the month after 28 years of law enforcement service at both the police department and the sheriff's department. I thank him. I thank him for listening to my stories over and over. I thank him for supporting me in the middle of the night when I would get calls for search warrants. And he was always there for me and very supportive when I had to work on vacations, when I had to work on weekends and late nights. And so thank you for that. I appreciate it. I also want to thank some people in our office, the support staff, the victim advocates. I want to thank my longtime secretary, Ananilia Norton. I would like to volunteer her for the next month's Employee of the Month award. My former secretary, Georgina Rodriguez, the witness coordinator, Patty Corral, my right-hand woman,
investigative assistant Rosemary Torres, all of law enforcement, and all of my colleagues. Thank you so much for all your support over the years. Law enforcement, I think, doesn't really get enough recognition for all that they do, and so I appreciate all the officers who worked on my cases long hours. I was a very demanding prosecutor, but at the end of the day, we accomplished justice, and I think that's what's important. Lastly, I want to thank my family, my mom who's here today and my dad who's in heaven. Thank you. I thank my brothers, Mom and Dad. I appreciate the sacrifices that you made for me to get to this point, and I thank you for being such a great role model. You both were great role models. It's been an honor to serve and protect my community. Thank you.
Wow. All right, we're going to A6.
Chair Lavagnino, members of the board, administrative item number 6 is sponsored by Supervisor Lavagnino, is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring John Zorovich upon his retirement from the Planning and Development Department after over 31 years of faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County. Joining us here in person, we have John Zorovich. If you'll make your way to the podium, I'll read your resolution into the record. Whereas John's tenure with Planning and Development has spanned 5 decades, and whereas John's first role in P&D was an intern and then an extra help planning permit tech. Whereas John has worked in multiple divisions in P&D, including the Energy Division, Long Range Planning, Development Review, and Energy and Minerals and Compliance in the Santa Barbara and Santa Maria offices. And whereas John has been a mentor and role model, thus fostering the next generation of public servants and leaders in the department, and will always continue to share his institutional knowledge and experience. And whereas John is always calm, cool, and collected, no matter how difficult or challenging the circumstances. And whereas John's planning acumen and expertise helped shape development at many of the key sites in the Orchid Community Planning area. And whereas John has always had an answer to the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors questions on complicated and sometimes controversial energy division projects. Whereas John is detail-oriented and management-focused and always asking staff out-of-the-box questions or gracing staff with additional work to find answers while inspiring a culture of integrity, collaboration, and excellence. And whereas John has managed to successfully steer the disparate units in his division, including energy and minerals, permitting compliance, the petroleum unit, and zoning enforcement through various predicaments with the end result of unifying his staff. Whereas John is always ready with a clever line to make his colleagues laugh. And whereas John has less than a month left in his career and still demonstrates a commitment to the department and unending dedication to his craft. Passed and adopted today.
Good morning. I've known John for almost 30 years. I went in and out and in, but he has been pretty steady this entire time. As his resolution says, he was an intern, extra help, planner 1, planner 2, planner 3, supervising planner, deputy, and I actually sat on his interview panel when he became deputy when I was outside the county. So it's been just a complete pleasure working with you, John. He has, as indicated in his resolution, he did a lot of work in guiding the development in Orcutt after the adoption of the community plan there. And he was kind of the Orcutt planner, if you will, and really did an incredible job up there, keeping track of everything. He's dedicated, he's steady. He gets a lot of pressing questions and from all sorts of people from the public, and he always stays calm when he responds to them. He's always willing to help. If I have a side project I need done, John's the man, and he always does a great job. He's funny, He lightens the mood whenever things get stressed. He's a supportive leader, and his team adores him. He hasn't slowed down a bit. Yesterday, I had a meeting with him on an ordinance that he wants to move forward. I'm like, can Aaron Briggs take that on? And he will be missed very, very much in our department. And we really wish him well on his journey into retirement. He's earned it. So congratulations, John.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Last time I think I'll maybe doing that now. I want to thank you for the resolution for the 31 plus years of service. It's been an honor. As I look back, I think it's been a meaningful career. Started, as Lisa indicated, kind of in the lower levels and worked my way up, and it's been a constant flow of challenges and opportunities, and I'm really grateful for that. I'd like to thank the planning and development team, the management team, my staff, all staff I've worked before and no longer work with P&D, but are in here today. They are truly a dedicated group of professionals who work in a very challenging, politically charged environment, and they do their best every day, and I'm thankful for that. Finally, I need to thank my family, my wife, Keena. She's here today. She, too, was anxious for me to go to work every day and also supported me in all my tirades and shenanigans at night and all that stuff. So I appreciate her, too. So thank you, everybody. Thank you.
All right, let's go to A7.
Chair Lavagnino and members of the board, Administrative Item 7 is sponsored by the Board of Supervisors. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Scott David McAlpin upon his retirement from the Public Works Department after over 35 years of faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County. Joining us here, we have Scott. If you'll make your way to the podium, I'll read your resolution into the record. Whereas Scott David McAlpin began his employment with the Santa Barbara County Public Works Department in the Transportation Division on June 14, 1988 as a Civil Engineer 1 and was promoted to Civil Engineer 2 on November 28, 1988, and then to Civil Engineer on December 12, 1990 upon obtaining his professional civil engineering license. And whereas, upon promotion to Civil Engineer Manager on September 12, 1994, he oversaw and managed the completion of significant road, bridge, and drainage improvement projects throughout the county. Due to his high level of competency and experience, Scott was promoted to Deputy Public Works Director over the Transportation Division on March 6, 2000, and having demonstrated superior leadership skills, was promoted to Public Works Director on May 7, 2007. And whereas, as an executive, Scott was instrumental in recruiting talented staff, implementing beneficial policies, navigating the department through complex projects and over a dozen declared disasters, and preparing the county for the current and future needs. And whereas, Scott is respected by his staff, county leadership, local and regional agency partners, community members, and all whom he comes into contact with, serving as president of both the County Engineers Association of California and the National Association of County Engineers, winning numerous personal and professional awards. And whereas Scott's more than 35 years of commitment, knowledge, mentoring, experience, and camaraderie that he frequently shares with his colleagues and acquaintances alike will be greatly missed. Scott's wife, Ruth, son, Samuel, and daughter, Sarah, have supported him throughout his career and look forward to having him around when he isn't golfing. Now therefore be it hereby ordered and resolved that the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors recognizes and thanks Scott David McAlpin for his more than 35 years of public service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County and wish him the best in his well-deserved retirement, passed and adopted today.
Good morning, board members. I'm Mona Miyasato, the County Executive Officer, and As you know, whenever people come up here, their supervisors come up here, but as we all know, no one can really supervise Scott. If you're a Public Works employee, you've experienced Scott as demanding, action-oriented, sometimes stubborn, because all he really cares about and all he ever talked about was building leaders in the department. If you're another department director or in another department, you've experienced Scott as sometimes cunning, calculating, courageous, results-oriented, because all he really ever cared about was Public Works and the good work that his department was doing. And if you're a community member or a labor union sitting on the other side of the table of Scott, you've experienced Scott as smart, strategic, sometimes bullish, because you never got 100% of what you wanted. And all Scott cared about was the county and the goals of the Board of Supervisors. But for all those county residents who never had the experience of Scott and never met him, except maybe on the golf course, you have experienced the fruits of his labor over the last 35, 36 years. You've driven on a county road with county stop signs. You've been over a bridge or benefited from a culvert. You've been protected by the flood control system that we have. You've sent your trash to Tahiguas Landfill and the Resource Center, or used the services of Laguna Sanitation, or you needed a record of surveys. For all those things, you have experienced Scott McGulpin. And if anyone's been here through a disaster, a flood, a fire, debris flow, you've also experienced Scott McGulpin. I've been here 10 years. I don't know how many countless activations we had, and I was always calmed when I saw Scott sitting there at the table, every activation, knowing that he had it under control, that Public Works had got it. And for the many disasters we had, I always say Public Works are the unsung heroes, but someone has to teach those unsung heroes, and that's Scott McGulpin. And all he really ever cared about, more than anything else except maybe his family, was doing the right thing for what he thought was the right thing to do in every situation. His decisions sometimes are not popular, but Scott never really cared about being popular. He always cared about being effective and really serving the best interests of all in the county. So Scott, I'm gonna miss you. I don't have anyone to fight with anymore. But I've appreciated your service, and I call you a friend. Thank you.
Wow, thank you for that, CEO Miyasato, and thank you to the board and for this honor today. It means the world to me. I had to put some notes together because I'm a little worried about holding it together, but
You better, man. Don't do that.
I'll be good. But I do want to start by thanking my outstanding Public Works team because they make me proud every day. I'm blessed to have that team supporting me. Every team member owns their positions. They deeply care about the communities that we serve across this county, and they're passionate about public service. And it's been an absolute pleasure for me to serve with each of them over the years, and I'm going to miss them tremendously. To our board today, and certainly the boards that I've served with in the past, thank you for trusting me in the Public Works team. That trust has certainly allowed us to do some pretty incredible things around this county that I'm very proud of and the team's very proud of, but we couldn't have done that without your trust. CEO Miyasato, thank you so much for your leadership and for your support. I've enjoyed working with you every day, and I really enjoyed the opportunities we had to strategize on different issues. That meant a lot to me, and I want to keep it short today. But you know, as I leave now, I know the department's going to be in great hands because I'm so proud of Chris Sneddon and his accomplishments to date, and I look forward to seeing where he takes this great team in the future. So in closing, it's been an absolute honor for me to serve the residents of Santa Barbara County, and I want to thank everyone very much for allowing me to have that opportunity. Thank you.
So I did a little math, not my best subject. But I noticed there was, how many? 140. But there was also the ones in the honorary resolutions. There's 252 years of experience walking out of here today. So I think the message is, first off, thank you to all those who put all that time in. And secondly, if you're looking for a job, you can apply to HR, countyofsb.org, fill one of these positions. So again, from our entire board to all of you, you know, there's been times when people have come and said that we spend too much time doing this. I don't think we spend enough time doing this. This is really important because this is the message to the community that if you saw the people up here, this isn't the government employee that everybody's always harping on. People that care passionately about what they do, improving the lives of the people that we work for. And whether it's, you know, child support services or the DA's office or what John did or Scott, everybody pulling on the same end of the rope to try to make Santa Barbara County a better place to live. And that's what this is all about. So highlighting these people and their careers, you think about 30 years, that's a long time, you know. 30 years coming to work every day, and whether your wife's pushing you to work or asking you to go to work. Yeah, that was the biggest thing I took away today. I was like, my wife's never asked me to go to work. Yeah, it's like, she told me to go to work. So not really an option. But from all of us on the board, we just want to say thank you very much. Your service does not go unnoticed. And all the people that are, you know, you got your 5 or 6 years in, think the bigger picture, you know, find a way. If you're not happy in the job that you're in right now at the county, there's so many other opportunities. You know, if you don't have your passion right now, go find that passion, but find it here as part of the county family. And there's always a job that can light your fire. So again, let's give another round of applause to all those that. And then I think to cap it off, we've got something nice, A8.
Chair Lavagnino and members of the board, administrative item number 8 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the month of March 2024 as Music in Our Schools Month in Santa Barbara County. Joining us here in person, we have Dr. Pedro Paz from the Santa Barbara Education Foundation, Katie Sopa from Santa Barbara Education Foundation, Michael Keogh, San Marcos High School Instrumental Music Director, Kiea Luke, from who is a San Marcos High School student who will be playing for the flute for us in just a moment, and Nina Dunbar. I will now read the resolution into the record. Whereas the month of March is recognized as Music in Our Schools Month, and whereas music education is an essential part of a well-rounded education for each student and shapes the way students understand themselves and the world around them, allowing for deep engagement with learning. Whereas music education is proven to benefit young people's overall development and performance, including contributing to increased vocabularies, higher test scores on reading, spelling, and math tests, higher school participation rates, and enhances students' cooperation, sharing, compromise, creativity, and concentration skills. And whereas since 2003, the Santa Barbara Education Foundation has raised critical funds for their Keep the Beat program, enabling 100% of TK through 6th grade Santa Barbara Unified students to receive weekly music lessons with a credentialed music teacher. Whereas Keep the Beat has collected over 2,000 instruments to repair and put them directly into the hands of students in Santa Barbara Unified music programs. Now therefore be it hereby ordered and resolved that the Board of Supervisors declares the month of March 2024 as Music in Our Schools Month and encourages the Santa Barbara County community to celebrate and acknowledge every day, but especially in March, that music education is an essential part of every student's well-rounded education, passed and adopted today.
Good morning, Chair Lavanina, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Pedro Paz. I'm the Executive Director of the Santa Barbara Education Foundation. I'm happy to be back in the Board of Supervisors room. The last time I came in front of you was asking for $1 million for childcare. But I am now very honored to lead the Santa Barbara Education Foundation. I'm joined today by my colleague Katie Chopa, Santa Monica High School Band Director Michael Kioi. First off, I'd like to thank Supervisor Capps for this resolution acknowledgement of our Keep the Beat program. As was mentioned in the resolution, since 2003, Santa Barbara Education Foundation has been, through this program, raising funds to pay for music instructors and instruments. And since that time, we've collected over 2,000 instruments so that students may take them home and keep learning how to play music. We'd also like to thank some of our community partners, Nick Rail Music, Jersey Mike's, Raymond Music, and especially radio station KTYD, who's helped us do all of this throughout a long period of time. As you may know, schools with music programs have significantly higher graduation and attendance rates compared to schools and music education, those schools that don't have music education. And students involved in music education show improved academic achievement, including advancements in math, boots reading, and English language arts skills, and higher average SAT scores compared to non-music programs. Just want to give you a little bit of information. This is why we're here. And so we thank you for allowing us to be here.
Good morning to the board. Ms. Capps, thank you for this recognition, and thank you to Santa Barbara Education Foundation. I was thinking about all the people that are retiring, and I can't wait. I have a few more years until that happens. But congratulations to them. Music education in Santa Barbara is crucial, and I think that we're very passionate about it. We have several students that have received instruments. To give you a little bit of context, our school has a lot of students in need, social, economically disadvantaged students that can't afford instruments. And instruments are like cars. They can be used for a long time if people donate them and we take care of them, but we have a lot of drivers. We have many students like Keila who play every day and are just amazing students. And we appreciate the support, and we hope that everyone continues to support music education, because I know that it affects us on a daily basis, including me. I'm a product of Santa Barbara education, Monte Vista, La Colina, San Marcos. So without music education, I would not be here speaking in front of you. So thank you to everyone involved in this, and we hope that we can continue to donate instruments and time and money to this great cause for our students. And speaking of our students, Kiela Luke is a senior at San Marcos, phenomenal flute player, also plays tenor saxophone in our jazz band, is our drum major for the marching band, and just great. She is going to be performing a short piece, Coco Pelli by Catherine Hoover.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you, Keela. I just want to rename this resolution, Music is Magic for Kids. That was just, that haunting tune will stay with me through the day. And thank you to our band director and Dr. Paz and your team for raising the money for instruments. Another aspect of what music does for children is mental health and social and emotional health, and especially what they've all been through with this pandemic. And to see Keela come up here and brave a Board of Supervisors hearing just reminds me of also the leadership skills of performance that you've had to really hone in. So thank you for that performance. Thank you.
Okay, we'll now take up the administrative items that have been pulled in numerical order. We had one, which was A27. Madam Clerk, please read 27 into the record.
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, administrative item 27 is from the Sheriff Coroner's Office. It is to consider recommendation regarding the Sheriff's Medical Grievance Oversight Coordinator 2022 through 2023 annual reports.
Okay. Are there questions from the board? Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, I pulled this item because I understand this report on medical grievances in the jail hasn't been presented in a few years, and I was hoping it wouldn't be on the administrative item, but we can actually give a little airtime to it, particularly given the fact that we have a jail health workshop on April 3rd, which I'm really pleased about. So I was hoping you might elaborate. Maybe my colleagues had some questions too, but I certainly was reading the report with interest about medical grievances. I would love to understand sort of what is a dental grievance. I understand there's been 1,600 grievances, I believe, in 2023. As well as non-medical grievances or grievances related to medicine. So those are kind of my three questions in one is just elaborate for us because, again, of the severity and the importance of, and this board's attention on trying to improve health and mental health within our jails. Thank you for being here.
You're welcome. I'll try to answer those as best as I can, but Supervisor Capps, through the chair, Commander Ryan Sullivan with the Sheriff's Office. I'm in charge of our Northern Branch Jail, but previously was in charge of our Custody Support Division, which oversees our health and mental health contract with WellPath, as well as many other items like maintenance, commissary, telephones, things of that nature. So in short, an inmate grievance is essentially a complaint or a question about any condition of confinement. So an inmate or an incarcerated person can submit a grievance about a medical condition that they feel is not being treated fairly, a medication that they're not being prescribed correctly, as well as issues of sanitation in their living quarters, their current housing, amongst many other items that anything essentially related to living condition or condition of confinement. We take those complaints very seriously. We do investigate and respond to all grievances that are submitted. As you mentioned, in 2023, there were a total of over 1,600 grievances. And so our staff look into those items, and then we respond in writing to the individual that submitted the grievance with a response. Over 90% of the time, that response is satisfactory to the inmate. There's no further escalation or anything else needed. But inmates do have the opportunity to appeal that if they choose to. So if they're not happy with that decision, they can appeal that response in writing, and that would go to another supervisor of a higher level in order to respond. We'll also look into those, and then we'll give a response accordingly. As far as the medical-related grievances, there may be many items that somebody might grieve medically related, such as they're not receiving the proper care, they're not given access to a certain medication or a certain medical program, such as the medication-assisted treatment program, which is designed to treat substance use disorder. As far as dental grievances, there may be many reasons for a dental grievance. They may not be satisfied with the care that our dentist provides. They may not have been able to see the dentist in a timely fashion, or they may just have some other dental complaint that's been unresolved. And so we handle those the same way. The person would submit at first we encourage them to submit a request to be seen by the dentist, but they are able to grieve that without submitting a request first. So it's really up to the incarcerated person to figure out how they want to request services, but we do encourage a request first so that we can actually evaluate them, and then a grievance if they're not satisfied with the level of care. And I hope that answers the question. I may have missed one of the
that
three.
actually, yeah, that's helpful. So just again, in the example of a grievance about dosage and medicine, would that be translated back to the folks that are actually administering the medicine? And can you just elaborate? And what sort of, is it the dosage is wrong, they're not getting it? That's just raised a flag for me that there might
Yes.
be grievances in that category.
Yes, it could be any of those items. Sometimes individuals are concerned or do know not a lot about their medication history and maybe want a higher dose. So in those instances, the health services administrator from WellPath would review the grievance, and then they would either speak with the physician or forward it to the physician or the psychiatrist in order for them to review whether that dosage is appropriate on that particular medication or not.
Okay, well, thank you for this report. It's tough stuff to read, but I appreciate the knowing, better understanding the process. And again, we're having this workshop on mental health and physical health in the jail, so we'll discuss it more. Thank you.
Thank you.
We do have a public comment on the matter. Madam Clerk?
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, we do have one request to speak. We will stay here in Santa Barbara with Lynn Gibbs.
Good morning, Chair Lavanino and supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. I serve as NAMI Public Policy Chair and as an advisor to Families Act. I was able to serve on the Community Corrections Input Group at its inception back in 2016. That was when WellPath took over healthcare services at the jail from Corizon, whose performance was not so good. And I served on that committee under Mark Mahurin, who has just been excellent as grievance coordinator. And I think we were able to do some very good work. For example, we had early input into the jail-based competency treatment program that I think was helpful for that program, and so on. And we regularly review grievances each month that that are related to health care in the jail. That the relationship then was just really excellent with the WellPath coordinator, the administrator. And when concerns came up, we were able, she was very accessible. We were able to talk them through and you know, resolve some things. Things were going so well that we would come here each quarter and just say how well it was all going. And at that point, I stepped back a bit to do other things. And then I learned that things had declined during COVID, which, you know, happened, I guess, in a number of places, in a number of programs. And so there are things that, that need improvement. In our most recent monthly report, we saw a 53.04% increase in the number of grievances as compared with the 5-year average before that. So there were, when I returned to the group about 4 months ago, there had been a great, I was surprised to see, you know, a great increase in the number of grievances. And particularly, well, my focus is specifically on mental health, so in terms of medications and so on. This past month, I noticed that there were 5 grievances related to serious leg infections. One of them was a duplicate, but another one didn't reach the point of grievance, but was really serious because we had heard from a family member. So those are the kinds of things that we can home in on when we review the reports and try to get them
Thank
addressed.
you, Ms. Gibbs. That is your time.
Okay, may I say one more thing?
Sure, go ahead.
I learned recently there's such a thing as a man down, it's called, when someone's unable to get urgent medical treatment. Inmates will collectively cause a fuss so that they get that treatment, and that there was one a couple days ago, and that should never have to happen. Now, I know that the sheriff is very committed to improving health care in the jail, as is Tony Navarro on the outside for mental health care, and it does need improvement. But so I applaud your focus on it and on your April 3rd event.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gibbs just reminded me of one point I wanted to suggest, given WellPath's annual report, that perhaps this grievance report, if it aligns, I know there's requirements from the state, but if it aligns timing-wise, it could be helpful to receive them together so that we see the fuller picture. Thank you.
Okay, can I get a motion to move A27, please?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Capps?
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman?
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson?
Aye.
Supervisor Williams?
Aye.
And Chair Lavagnino? Aye. Motion passes unanimously.
Now is the time for members of the public to speak on items that are not on today's agenda. Do we have any requests to speak on general public
comment?
Chair Lavagnino, members of the board, we do have 12 requests to speak. We will begin here in Santa Barbara with Leanne Wooliver, to be followed by Chuck Williams.
Morning.
Good morning, and members of the board. My name's Leanne Wooliver. I'm the chair and senator for the state of New California, Santa Barbara County. And I want to go ahead and read this again to you. You've probably heard it before, but I feel that it needs to be read again. So, our governments at all levels were always intended to be and remain governments of limited powers. All governmental powers are inherent in the individuals as groups, delegate some of those inherent powers to state and to the local government. Some of those powers are then delegated to the federal government. What is significant about the individual's delegation of powers to federal, state, and local government is that the individual still maintains a share of the powers he or she is delegated to the government. Thus, the American constitutional republic is still guided by we the people. Key to we the people retaining their share of the delegated powers is that those in government exercising those powers must understand they exercise any power on behalf of we the people, and we above reproach in administrating their delegated powers fairly and even-handedly. This is especially true regarding voting. We the people must have confidence that both their votes and the votes of the opposition are fairly and accurately counted. The significance of America being a constitutional republic is that the Constitution is the supreme law of the land. Any purported law, statute, code, regulations, rule of policy made consistently with the enumerated powers of the Constitution are presumed valid. In contrast, any law, statute, code, regulation, rule, mandated, or policy which opposes and or violates the Constitution in any way whatsoever is unlawful, null and void. No bureaucrat, politician, or person acting in an official governmental capacity has any legal authority to restrict the constitutional rights of any law-abiding citizen, nor alter the counting of the citizens' vote. Thank you.
Next, we'll go to Chuck Williams, to be followed by Rod Walters.
Good morning, Chair Lavagnino and Supervisors. Chuck Williams. I'm representing New California State today. I assume all of you have taken your full oath of office, complete oath to protect the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. If you haven't, you need to, or step down. The result of the corrupt 2020 election has given us Joe Biden, who clearly is a domestic enemy, selling out our country to China. This fraudulent election has opened our borders, an invitation to third world countries now coming into our country and counties without proper vetting, resulting in our American people being killed every day, while too many elected servants watch and do nothing about decertifying the corrupt election. It was pointed out in Santa Barbara over the past few weeks. Shasta County reversed their certification of the 2020 election. It was proved on television in Georgia with millions of viewers just recently how the voting machines can be manipulated. There is proof with algorithms The Dominion Owner's Manual, which admits these voting machines must be connected to the internet in order to work. Cybersecurity experts Kevin Scroglin and Andrew Appel have agreed any computer with modem can be a network connection. And that is why computers should not be used for voting proof. Corruption is overwhelming. To not decertify the 2020 election with this knowledge is a crime. Not only you and Sheriff Brown violating your oaths of office, you are violating my constitutional rights to protection of foreign and domestic enemies and every person in this room and county and state. Also, Secretary of State Weber has not taken a complete oath of office. It was edited. Please decertify this 2020 election. And again, I'm requesting this board a meeting with New California State, Bill Brown, a special meeting to review this 2020 election. Thank you very much for your time.
Ms. Chuck.
We will now go to Rod Walters to be followed by Rosalie Harden.
Good morning.
Morning.
Today, the Santa Barbara Voter Integrity Project is presenting an explanation of the inherent vulnerabilities of the computerized election machines provided by Colonel Sean Smith, an Air Force space and missile operations expert who has had many years of experience working with the Department of Defense, evaluating cybersecurity threats. Quote, "What I do know, I know better than probably anybody who hasn't had the opportunity I've had, is the threat itself to the cyber and computer systems, particularly from foreign nation states, very capable, advanced, persistent threat actors and teams, is more severe and more fantastic in scope than most people are aware of or can imagine. I will provide a couple of examples of that, just so everybody understands. The Joint Staff of the Department of Defense, which spends somewhere between $9 and $11 billion a year on cybersecurity, could not protect their own internal network from compromise. They couldn't protect the Department of Defense networks or those of the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agent, CISA. They couldn't protect their own networks. They could not detect the solar wind supply chains compromise on their own systems. Before I go into any of these threats, I want to talk specifically about our voting systems. There's not a computerized voting system in the United States that is certified and in use is made entirely in the United States. In fact, most of them are manufactured entirely outside the United States of non-US components. And there is no supply chain security on those components. What I mean by that is almost every laptop sold in the United States over the last 5 years, particularly from Dell and Hewlett-Packard, which are both being used in US voting systems, ES&S, Dominion, and HART, they're all made in the People's Republic of China. They're made under the supervision of officers of state organizations like the People's Liberation Army or the Ministry of State Security. There is no US presence ensuring that those systems are not compromised deliberately. There are entire divisions under the Ministry of State Security in China detected to compromising Western technologies and computers. These are organizations with 10,000 to 12,000 people, organizations with headquarters so large they have child care facilities and dental offices. These are not script kiddies. These are not hackers that you see in Hollywood movies. These are state hackers, and this is what they're committed to do. So our voting system is compromised of components that were not protected in manufacturing. There is no way to fix that. You can monitor that kind of insecurity or vulnerability out of these systems because the compromises can be embedded in a way that cannot be overcome or detected. That's the first thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Rosalie Harden to be followed by Rhonda Huskin.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman Lavagnino and the Board of Supervisors. I'm going to continue the testimony of Colonel Sean Smith regarding the vulnerabilities of the computers in our election system. The second thing is that everything we've been told about the security of our voting systems being assured by a certification process and by a testing process by accredited labs under the Election Assistance Commission in the United States. All of these things we've been told are completely false. They are a complete sham. And this, I didn't know it until I started researching. My operational background is in space and missile operations, but my last 4 years at the Department of Defense were overseeing the operational testing of essentially all Department of Defense space systems, except for satellite communications. So the global positioning systems that aircraft use, that you're using to navigate every day, that military forces use for everything from platforms to munitions, was in my portfolio, as were space weather systems and space-based infrared systems for detecting ballistic missiles. These are very serious, very critical, high-profile systems. I understood the threats, and I understood how to properly test them. On that basis, I can tell you with absolute zero doubt that our systems have not been properly tested. In order to even have a hope of chance of detecting any kind of compromise that's been embedded in the voting system in those computers, you have to test them rigorously, and our systems are not rigorously tested. They're doing very basic compliance testing standards that have been set in a committee which is largely compromised of industry representatives. The industry representatives to the Technical Guidelines Development Committee have made sure that those are the recommendations coming out of the Elections Assistance Commission. In addition, the representatives are not computer science people. They've been physicists. So I knew when I started reading the test reports that our systems were not properly tested. The gentleman who tested in both the Arizona trials and tested in Alabama, Clay Perique, was an Army cybersecurity tester and penetration tester. Then he worked in private industry and as a side gig because he was interested in it. He was doing contract work as the only security tester for voting systems testing labs for Wiley, NTS, and then Pro VNB testing lab for 9 years. While he has said in his sworn declaration is that they would not allow him to test the standards and use the approaches that he would have used in the Department of Defense for those critical systems. When he did test, he found vulnerabilities quickly, like replete vulnerabilities. He was able to hack into every single voting system he ever tested. These are voting systems in use in the United States
Thank you,
right
Rosalie.
now.
That is your time.
Okay. Thank you.
Rhonda Huskin, to be followed by Peggy Wilson.
Good morning. My name is Rhonda Huskin, and I'm continuing the testimony of Colonel Sean Smith regarding the vulnerabilities of the computers in our election system. Continuing, he was able to hack into every single one of them within 5 to 10 minutes, some as little as 2 to 2.5 minutes. No voting system in the United States is certified to a standard newer than 2005. Think about how much has changed since 2005. We have newer standards now, but our voting systems are not certified to those standards. So those systems, when he identified the violations and compromises and vulnerabilities, they never came back for retesting to verify that any of the vulnerabilities were mitigated. They would just be certified. And that is all I need to know that we are completely unprotected. I've looked at the composition of the systems. I've looked in details at the figuration of the systems and components embedded in them. I've looked at the software that they're using. I've looked at the thousands upon thousands of vulnerabilities that have been publicly identified in the software and the hardware components in our voting systems. With all of those vulnerabilities, all of that failure, that Potem Village is supposed protected, afforded by certification testing, we have no protection whatsoever. Now imagine when we take those voting systems and put them in the hands of public officials who do not have a cybersecurity or technical background, we have no hope of protecting those systems. If you took a computer system, a generalized computer system like those, and put them in the Department of Defense mission, we would not trust them for a critical function at all. If we had to trust them for something like administration functions, they would be monitored 24 hours a day, not just by tuned cyber defensive tools like intrusion detection and protection system, but by cyber professionals who would be monitoring for heuristic changes, in other words, changes in behavior patterns over time. If they saw a computer running from an application it shouldn't be running, they would be immediately cut off from that system from the network and isolated and then send someone to investigate. We have found none of that in our voting systems. We are putting these unsecureable systems in the hands of public officials who do not have the expertise or the skill level or knowledge to be able to secure them or protect our elections conducted on them. And we're doing this because the whole industry of the voting systems, the political parties, the National Association of State Election Directors, the National State of Secretaries of State, International Association of Government Officials, which is like the national level of association for clerks for counties or parishes. Then there were nonprofits associated with some entanglement with them, like the Election Registration Information Center.
Rhonda, that is your time.
Thank you.
Peggy Wilson to be followed by Barbara Ireland.
Good morning, Chair Lavagnino and Board. I am continuing the testimony of Colonel Sean Smith regarding the vulnerabilities of computers in our election system. Continuing. Then there are the nonprofits associated and sort of entangled with them, like the Electronic Registration Information Center and the Center for Election Integrity Research. All of those organizations have reinforced this centralized, computerized technology, and it is depriving Americans of control over our elections and therefore over our country. It is not our only problem. We have problems with voter registration. We have problems with ballots. We have problems with ID. But we will never have an election that is either transparent or that we can trust on a computerized or electronic voting system. We shouldn't ever trust any of the voting system vendors. For example, you know the system that was used in Georgia was subject to the case in Curling versus Raffensperger? They handed one of the Dominion voting systems, ICX, ImageCastX systems to Professor J. Alex Halderman, University of Michigan. Within 2 weeks, he found 9 critical vulnerabilities. He tried to notify the voting system vendor and CISA. Neither one of them would accept his notification. It was over a year before CISA finally published its ICSA Industrial Control System Advisory about those 9 critical vulnerabilities in the IXS system. The advisory stated they were not able to test other versions of the ICX and the Dominion Democracy Suite system to see if those systems were equally vulnerable, and yet they continued to use those very same systems. They allowed us to use those systems in our election, even though Halderman tried to tell them about the critical vulnerabilities. The company itself had an obligation, a positive obligation, contractual, to notify its clients. They refused to accept notifications, so they were letting themselves off the hook and did nothing when they found out. I could go on and on. I could give a long list. Nothing has changed with these companies. I wouldn't trust any of them. I do not trust any of them, and I'd be happy to say that in court in front of them and explain exactly why and ask them to defend themselves. So the bottom line is to say we have good reason not to trust these systems and their vendors. We have no reason to trust them. We should not trust them. We should return control of our elections to our citizens, and from what I've seen, the best and only way to do that transparently. Thank you very much. You can see this is a complicated system.
Thank you.
Barbara Ireland to be followed by Michelle Westlander-Quaid.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to continue a little bit.
We should return control of our elections to our citizens. And from what I've seen, the best and only way to do that transparently is to hand count in front of the citizens, to record it and let anybody watch it. All those voting processes and election processes belong to us. And until we take back our elections, the country really isn't ours anymore, end quote. That concludes Colonel Sean Smith's testimony, which highlights the vulnerabilities of computerized election systems like the Dominion voting systems machines that the Santa Barbara County Election Office uses for elections. Thank you.
Michelle Westlander-Quaid to be followed by Amy Blair.
Good morning. I'm going to continue we continued the testimony of Colonel Sean Smith, which is wrapped up. So in conclusion, those machines that we're talking about in this testimony received authorization for funding from the Board of Supervisors. The contract was signed by the chairman. So we are here to let you know that the people you represent are very concerned about this and want you to stop funding computerized election systems and return to voting on paper ballots that are hand counted at the precincts. For centuries, elections were conducted without centralization and without computers and achieved more accurate and transparent results faster and with less expense. Today, we have election season with a month of early voting and a month of counting after Election Day. This year's primary election was held on March 5th. Here we are 2 weeks later, and we still don't have a final count. That is completely unacceptable. The chain of custody for ballots is insufficient. Too much time has passed since the ballots were cast, and there has been too little transparency in the tally. And when the election is finally certified, the public has no assurance that the results have not been manipulated from what the voters wanted. The outcome of any election needs to reflect the will of the citizens who voted, we the people, not those who have rigged the system. In Santa Barbara County, we have no assurance the election outcomes reflect the will of we the people. We don't trust the system anymore, and neither should you. It's time to return to one-day in-person voting with picture ID verification on paper ballots, and we need to count the ballots at the polling locations in full public view, providing same-day results. You all have the opportunity to rectify this wrong and be on the right side of history. We ask you to take immediate action to terminate the electronic voting system contract, remove the machines from our elections, and thereby take a significant step to restoring integrity to our election system so that we, the people, can have faith in our election outcomes once again. On behalf of the concerned citizens of Santa Barbara County, thank you for your consideration.
Amy Blair to be followed by Kevin Osborne.
Good morning, Chair Lavignino and honorable board members. I'm Amy Blair, a member of the community. I have grown in my concerns about the outcome of our elections. It is difficult for people like me, a regular citizen, to believe that the majority of people that I live with, that I know and love, want our country, our state, and our nation to be going in the direction it has been going. Something is not right. When we, the public, have this sense of being out of control and hear testimony from experts in the election realm giving credible warnings that the systems that we have in place is not only vulnerable, but is showing every sign of being used in a manipulative manner regularly, we are becoming more and more concerned. When we begin to ask questions and find out that we are not allowed to look behind the curtain, that the election process is not, and in its current cannot be transparent, we grow even more concerned. Counties like Shasta have responded to those concerns positively, changing their systems to be more transparent and accountable, yet the state responds to this by creating a fiat law like AB 969, which was originally taken off the docket because of public pushback, but then passed in secret behind closed doors, making the state take a strong position against transparency and accountability. This is not right, and the public will not stand for it. We are very concerned about the lack of transparency and auditability of our elections and want you to do your responsibility to stop funding the machines that enable the obscurity. Use your position to accomplish some good for the community. We urge you to cancel the Dominion voting systems contract and encourage the elections office to return to one-day in-person voting on paper, showing identification, counting in full public view without computers at the polling place to provide maximum transparency and accountability. And I'm just going to add that as a concerned citizen, I have the opportunity to help the elections that just took place by looking at signatures and finding the owners of the signatures and seeing if they match up. And that's our accountability. That's crazy. I have to use my free time to help the elections. They should be doing that properly without my help. I have other things to be doing, but we need IDs because that's just how you can't fake a person with your face and your ID right there voting. And a signature, if you have a broken arm, if you're just an artist and you're constantly changing your style, signatures are absolutely obsolete. I can't believe we're even using those. When I just voted recently, they're like, is this your normal signature? I'm like, I don't know. Changes every time, depends what mood I'm in. And that's not, I can't believe that's like our accurate system. It's just faulty in every which way. And so I just really, really, really pray that you guys decide to help we the people who rely on you to represent us to actually do your jobs for us, please, and thank you so much.
Kevin Osborne to be followed by Karen Howenstein.
Good morning, Speaker Lavandino and board members. I'm Kevin Osborne. I'm a member of the community, and I thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'd like to present my experience working in the election 2 weeks ago as a poll worker. I found the e-poll books to be problematic. In our polling place, we had 3 iPads that were connected together, and one remained separate and not connected to go and do the curbside voting. These e-poll books, by afternoon, it was apparent that they weren't working properly. The counts on the e-poll books didn't match our hand-tallied in-person voting ballot counting. A little later in the day, we realized that the e-poll book, one of them wouldn't print the provisional ballot labels, and these malfunctioning poll books led to discrepancies in our ballot counts. Our polling place supervisor said he would submit incident reports to account for the incorrect ballot counts. The failure to print the provisional ballot labels led to checking voters in more than once on different poll books, trying to get one of the poll books to print the label. And we had to spoil ballots because we had the same person checking in more than once. In retrospect, really only one of the iPads was working properly, and I just wanted to bring that to your attention that even here, our e-poll books are very problematic. Thank you.
Karen Howenstein to be followed by Efgenia Barnalis.
Good morning, supervisors. I was going to come here today and talk to you about Marlon Brumfield, who is a friend of our family's, because I'm going to educate you about Marlon Brumfield, who we lost to senseless violence that could have been prevented if the known wanted criminal from Mexico would have been removed when the cops had contact with him in the weeks and months prior to him murdering our friend. But I'm going to talk to you today about election integrity, because that is the hot ticket, and it is very concerning. If you keep Dominion voting machines in our county? You think that can be trusted at all? I mean, there's quite a bit of evidence to the contrary that nobody should trust these machines. And I know what happens when you trust things that can't be trusted, like Dennis Bazanich. Because of the problems that Dennis created and then covered up, we have this article that was written by The Independent where they really got it wrong, because you guys aren't making a lot of cannabis revenue now because of the projections and the industry itself is failing. But the district attorney's office got some of her biggest confidential settlements, like in the case of 1807 West Highway 246. So just because the money came in directly from the corruption and the cartel interests who own those properties and had to sell their properties to satisfy the confidential settlement, and that undisclosed money went through her agency, I mean, that's how the money came in. I think it's wrong that that's how the money came in. Dennis Bazanich did a reach around on Joyce Dudley.
Ephigenia Barnelas, to be followed by Andy Caldwell on Zoom.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. This is my second time that I've been here, and I appreciate your attention. I was going to talk about Proposition 1 again, but as you know, it has not the votes, the 300,000 votes have not been counted. It is a very close race, 20,000 votes or so difference. Honestly, I thought I was the Lone Ranger, but I'm not. Obviously, millions. And among those millions, there's also Mexicans. We are not all bad. And I'm not trying to debate these ladies or the murder, because it's wrong. We have experienced that in our home. What I'm going to talk about is to follow up. I do have something about the Proposition 1. Just go really fast, and it's a spoiler alert, because we're in deficit. More than $30 billion, and it will go up. I went on CalMatters.org, Capital Sacramento headline, Californian lawmakers face a ballooning budget deficit. And this is by Samia Kamal, and I apologize if I mispronounce her name wrong. In summary, the legislature analysis office projects that the 2024-25 shortfall at $73 billion. A lot of people, they don't know what a billion. If you ask them, they think, well, a billion is 2 million. No, 1,000 million. 1, 10, no 100, no 500, 1,000. So that also gives us taxpayers to pay for people's mistakes, for people that are in power. The good beauty about this country is that you elect, or as we think, or we thought, our representatives. When I was born and raised in Mexico City. In my youth and early teenage, I experienced what is happening here in the US. And it's bad. And this is a spoiler alert, because people do not seem to realize what is going on here. It is sad. A lot of people that will come here for a better life, and what happens? We're doing the same thing, same corruption, same leaders. In Mexico, we have what is called el tapado, which means we know once the government said this person is going to be in charge, well, guess what? It is. We cannot remove them. Thank God for the country. we can. And yes, we need ID. I presented my ID. The first time that I voted, I was so happy. And then this last time, and I said, my God, what's going on? It is a crisis. Tenemos muchos problemas. Nosotros los mexicanos, nosotros los hispanos, nosotros latinoamericanos. I am not a Latinx. Don't call me X. Los latinoamericanos tenemos que votar. Tenemos
That
que
is your
ejercer
time.
nuestro
Thank you.
derecho. No, yo puedo, tengo 3 minutos más, si quiero. Y perdóneme que se lo estoy diciendo ahorita en español,
Ma'am,
pero necesitamos votar. Yes, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I will just cut.
Thank you. I would appreciate
Please
it.
vote.
Thank you.
Next, we have Andy Caldwell via Zoom. Andy?
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, Andy Caldwell representing CoLab. I'm trying to look at your big picture today because I feel like sometimes the Board of Supervisors doesn't put the pieces together. You're facing a ginormous mandate from the state with regard to RENA numbers to build housing, including affordable housing. But we know budget-wise, housing doesn't pay the way. It's commercial, industrial, and retail that bring in the bulk of the property taxes, which is the bulk of your general fund. And if you look at the big picture, after today's actions, you're going to have upwards of $400 million in loans. According to the last budget book, you have $800 million in unfunded pension liabilities, $527 million in deferred maintenance. You add all those things up, you've got $1.7 billion in debt, deficits, or loans, which means you need more revenue. And again, the source of revenue is local property taxes. Supervisor Capps, on the one hand, wants to give away county property to be used for the construction of affordable housing, which means you won't get property taxes off of that. And of course, there is no shortage of private lands to satisfy RENA numbers. So we're totally against that. But one of the other actions you took today without any questions was your AB 1600 fees. So think about, where do you create jobs? Where do you create property taxes? Where do you create TOT taxes? Did you ever do the math that a 2,000 square foot fast food restaurant in Goleta, the traffic fees alone were $660,000? A 3,000 square foot bank with a drive-through, the fees were $2.4 million. A 7-Eleven in Nolita, 2,000 square foot 7-Eleven, the traffic fees, $974,000. And a shopping center at 50,000 square feet, the traffic fees alone, $5.2 million. Is it any surprise to you that the only reason your revenues have gone up is by way of inflation, not people building things? You need to look at the big picture of how are you cutting off your own nose to spite your face by hindering commercial retail development, the creation of jobs, while again, you are in the red $1.7 billion. We feel like nobody is looking at that big picture, and you need to change your strategies, and you really need to suspend those fees to help the economy recover. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, is that all of our public speakers?
That concludes public comment.
All right. And with that, we're going to be heading to our departmental agenda items, but first we're going to take a quick 10-minute break for our translator. Thank you. All right, welcome back. We will reconvene this meeting of the County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, will you please read departmental item number 1 into the record?
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, departmental item number 1 is from the Public Works Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding reports on pavement impact studies related to utility cuts, heavy vehicles, refuse collection trucks, mass transit bus, fire trucks, and construction vehicles, and consider options for pavement impact mitigation. As indicated on the agenda, the department has requested to withdraw this item from today's agenda.
Okay. Are there any requests to speak on that removal?
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, we have no requests to speak.
Okay, can I get a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
All right. Let's do a roll call, please.
Supervisor Capps?
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman?
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson?
We still have him?
Chair Lavanino?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1. Please note that Bob Nelson is absent for the voting on this item.
It'd be 4-0.
4-0.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. That moves us to departmental item number 2. Madam Clerk, can you please read that into the record?
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from the Public Works Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the amendment of County Code Chapter 28 for the use of county right-of-ways for business purposes. As indicated on the agenda, the department has requested a continuance of this item to the April 23rd, 2024 meeting.
All right, thank you very much. Looks like we've got our treasurer tax collector, Mr. Hagan. You gonna kick us off? Wait, this is item number 2. I'm jumping ahead. Harry, what do you know about County Code Chapter 28? It's a trick question. I was thinking of my questions for 3. Okay, can I get a motion to continue?
And
Item 2.
Chair Lavanino, just for the record, we do not have any requests to speak
No
on this
request to
item.
speak? Okay. Moved by Supervisor Hartman. I'll second. Let's do a roll call.
Supervisor Capps?
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman?
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson? Supervisor Williams?
Aye.
And Chair Lavanino?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right. Now we can go to item number 3. Please read number 3 into the record.
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, as a reminder, we posted an addendum for departmental item number 3 to include the Board of Supervisors as a sponsoring department. Departmental item number 3 is from the Treasurer, Tax Collector, Public Administrator, and Board of Directors for the Fire Protection District and the Board of Supervisors. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the 2024 Certificates of Participation. A 4/5 vote is required for this item.
All right, thank you very much. Now, Mr. Hagan. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Lavanino, members of the board. As you know, I am Harry Hagan. I'm your Treasurer Tax Collector. This item before you, you want to work the slides? Okay, oh, good. All right, the item before you today is a proposed financing using certificates of participation for the funding of the capital assets that, go ahead and show them. Yeah, that are presented on this slide. And so this is something that we've been working on for at least 5 years, probably, maybe a little bit longer. It's been in the works, but the project team that was assembled at that time includes the departments, my office, the CEO's office. It includes the Auditor Controller's office, County Counsel's Office and consultants for our financial advisory services, KNN, our bond counsel, Oric Harrington, our disclosure counsel, Kevin Savale, and this has been the culmination of a lot of work. And so the projects that are being proposed to be financed are the Cachuma Lake RV Park renovations. That is the only project at this time that we may have to use taxable certificates for. And if we do end up going that way, we will have that debt be the first debt paid off to minimize the costs. There's no capitalized interest in this potential offering. I would say it's a very clean offering considering the amount of time and work that's had to go into this. It will be done on a competitive sale, meaning that we will use KNN to be the quarterback on this, and we will have all the underwriters bid on this proposed financing to hopefully ensure the lowest cost of funds. So the true interest cost that's being estimated right now is 3.9%, but for anyone that didn't read all that 2 inches of paperwork, included in that is about a 50 basis point cushion. So when that was estimated, I believe that was the middle of February, we added 50 basis points to it just as a fudge factor, we'll call it. This item was heard by the Debt Advisory Committee many times. Most recently was heard in February. It was heard on February 26th, in fact. And it was recommended to your board to review it and accept the financing if that's the route you want to go. The average annual debt service is about $8.9 million. We have $9 million on there, just rounding it. Being a CPA, I'm kind of anal like that, so it's more in the 8.9 range. And we have a host of people in the room and online that are here to answer any questions you may have on either the projects or the financing. Myself, Kim DeSoyer, the Assistant Treasurer behind me. Of course, you know Jeff behind me here. He's been running quarterback on a lot of this stuff too from the beginning. Very well, I will add too. Melissa Schick and David Leifer from KNN, our municipal advisors, are available on Zoom, as is Steffi Chan, our bond counsel. And of course, you know, Ann Ryerson, she is an integral part of the Debt Advisory Committee staff. And that concludes my introduction and presentation.
Okay, great. Do we have any questions from the board? Supervisor Williams, your light's on.
No, I was just saying that I suppose this day has been long coming, that we have some real needs out there. We've talked about it for a while, that it doesn't make sense to delay those needs. If staff is really able to get an interest cost, that's a true interest cost of 3.9%, that's not as bad as I was fearing.
I have a question about, Supervisor Hartman, go ahead.
Oh, are we allowed to pay it off early?
Supervisor Hartman, there is a 10-year lockout, and then we can prepay at that point. We can call it, in other words, without any kind of penalty.
I have a question about, I guess, something that was raised a little bit earlier in talking about our debt. Can you just kind of talk about our debt for a little bit as far as our overall debt, what rating we possess at this time?
Sure, Supervisor Lavanino. So our COP debt rating is AA+. So if we were ever to go to a GO bond, get it passed by the voters and do a GO bond, the implied rating would be a AAA then, because the COP is always one notch below. So we have a very, very strong credit rating. And so the county's debt is looked at that, when they do, when I say the credit agencies look at our implied ratings, they do take that into account. You sit on the retirement board like I do. The previous public speaker spoke to the $800 million of unfunded liability. As you know, and I know Mona knows, the lion's share of that is being paid off, and I believe by 2030 or 31, you'll have a huge drop-off in contribution rates by the, by the employer who picks up the unfunded. So yes, the county has debt, but this is a tool that you have, a budgetary tool, the COPs. It's just a tool in the toolbox. You're not raising taxes. This is a budgetary decision. And so I think I feel confident saying that the rating agencies have it right, that you guys are managing the costs and the debt of the county, you and obviously with Mona leading the way, have done a fabulous job. We've got a rating of AA+ on this for a reason.
Okay. And then I don't think I've ever seen we always talk about what our debt is and how much we owe, but do we ever get an accounting of what our total assets are at the county? If we look at all of our buildings and land, and I don't think I've ever seen a number.
Supervisor Lebanino, I don't think I've ever seen that either. I know we were kind of going through that process a little bit in picking the demised assets for the COP financing, but as far as I don't think I've ever seen it in
never
the
done.
ACFR.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the way I look at these things is, they don't get cheaper. So anything that's on this list that we talked about 5 years ago, not one of the projects the price has gone down on. So we can either do what we need to do and what we should be doing, which is replacing these assets, or we can kick the can and wait for somebody else to do it. It's going to be more expensive and cost us all a bunch more money. So nobody ever wants to go out and borrow money, but there's sometimes where it makes a lot of financial sense, and in this case it does. I'm really excited about the Kachuma renovations. It's something we've talked about for a long time. This is going to be awesome, so really looking forward to that. Do we have any public speakers on this item?
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, we have no requests to speak.
Okay, well then I will entertain a motion.
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, I would just like to note quickly that Supervisor Nelson has stepped away and will be absent for the remainder of the meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. Supervisor Hartman?
Yeah, I just had a comment. I feel much better knowing about the pension liability going down in 29 or 30, I hope before 31. Anyway, that gives me a lot of confidence with this, and perhaps we could even pay it down more quickly after that.
True.
So I'll make the motion.
Moved by Supervisor Hartman, seconded by
I'll second it.
Supervisor Capps. We don't have to do a roll call anymore, do we? No?
We do not.
Okay, let's just, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Appreciate the whole team. There's a lot of work that went into this, so we really appreciate all the I's being dotted and T's crossed.
Thank Jeff for being here.
Yes, and Mr. Frapwell, thank you for running herd. That takes us to departmental item number 4. Madam Clerk, can you read 4 into the record, please?
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, departmental item number 4 is from the Public Works Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the approval of the Tejiquas Landfill Capacity Increase Project. This project is located within the 3rd District.
Mr. Snedden.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. I'm just going to introduce our presentation team and then hand it over to them today. So not in order from right to left, we have Jeanette Gonzalez-Knight in the middle here, and Jody Leipner on the left, covering environmental, and Jamie Reyes-Perry to my left here. And then we also have Matt Ingemels from Padre and Associates, who's here today. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jeanette.
Thank you, Director Snedden. Good morning, Chair Lavanino, members of the board. Today, it's our pleasure to give the board an overview of the waste management services the Department of Public Works provides, a brief history of the Tejiquas landfill, an overview of the proposed project, CEQA analysis and financial considerations, and lastly, staff recommendations. I'd also like to acknowledge additional team members and our consultants listed on this slide that contributed to this very important project. Department of Public Works Resource Recovery and Waste Management Division is responsible for the management of solid waste services in Santa Barbara County. In addition to overseeing the collection of solid waste materials, our integrated waste management system consists of numerous recycling programs, green and organic waste diversion, hazardous waste management, and extensive education and outreach. The division provides these services by operating 4 recycling and transfer stations, managing the Community Hazardous Waste Collection Center, operating the Tejigas landfill, and overseeing 9 closed landfills. The Tejigas landfill serves the cities of Santa Barbara, Goleta, Solvang, Buellton, and the unincorporated county Santa Barbara areas on the south coast, San Ynez, and Cuyama valleys. This represents over 55% of the county's population. There are only 2 other landfills operating within Santa Barbara County, thus making local disposal options and capacity very limited. The Tejigas landfill began operations in 1967. The property comprises 497 acres, in which 118 acres are permitted for waste disposal at a capacity of 23.3 million cubic yards. The landfill is currently building out under the expansion last approved in 2002 and is projected to reach final disposal capacity in March of 2026. In an effort to support the county's compliance with various state regulations, the Tejigas Resource Recovery Project, now referred to as the Resource Center, was approved by the board in 2016 and 2017 to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from burial of organic waste and conserve landfill capacity by recovering and diverting recyclable material. Okay.
We're just pausing for a technical switch out here.
All right. The Resource Center, good? The Resource Center has been in limited service since the fall of 2021 and is pending completion of project development. Recent developments for the Resource Center are listed here and most notably include the implementation and startup of the SG mobile system with gore covers at the compost management unit in order to address odor impacts. It should be noted that the landfill itself has not historically been a significant source of odors, and the odor issues associated with the compost management unit are independent of the proposed capacity increase project. When the Resource Center was approved, it was anticipated that with the added diversion, the Tejigas landfill service life would be extended to approximately 2038, concurrent with the completion of debt service for the Resource Center. However, due to a number of factors that have affected the landfill service life, such as the ones listed here, the remaining capacity analysis shows we will be exhausted in 2026. Therefore, the Department of Public Works is now proposing to construct a limited capacity increase project to regain landfill service life that was planned to be provided by the Resource Center to avoid the ratepayer burden of paying for debt service for the Resource Center concurrent with costs for off-site hauling and disposal, to maximize disposal opportunities at the landfill and avoid environmental impacts associated with off-site hauling and disposal, and to provide local facilities for an efficient combined resource recovery and disposal operation. I'll hand it now over to Ms. Perry for an overview of the proposed project.
To meet the project objectives, the proposed project has been designed to increase the capacity by 6.1 million cubic yards to extend the landfill life to approximately December 2038. Increase the maximum permitted height from 620 feet to 650 feet above mean sea level. Increase the waste footprint by 14.25 acres of new lined area within the existing permitted operational area boundary, and provide capacity for disaster debris management. The capacity increase would largely be located in areas previously disturbed by permitted landfill activities and would be outside of the coastal zone. Here is a site map of the landfill. North is to the left, and the entrance to the landfill, Highway 101, and the Pacific Ocean are to the right. The yellow line shows the boundary of the overall permitted operational area, which encompasses the waste footprint and other infrastructure that support landfill operations. The red hatched area shows the existing permitted waste footprint with the active disposal area at the northern end. To the right of the blue line is the coastal zone, with the boundary running roughly through the middle of the site. All of the landfill waste disposal area within the coastal zone and visible from Highway 101 has been closed and is being revegetated. Now moving on to the proposed capacity increase project. The green area shows the areas that would be graded and excavated for the proposed capacity increase. The purple area shows the limits of the proposed waste footprint, which would include a groundwater protection system. Most of the area has been previously disturbed by permitted landfill construction, except for a 1.5-acre area of native vegetation highlighted in orange. Moving on to some ground photos. Shown is a ground photo taken from the west, looking east, showing the current conditions of the active disposal area. This area would continue to be filled as currently permitted, and under the proposed project, additional waste would be placed on top. The top of the arrow represents approximately the maximum future height, which is at elevation 650 feet above mean sea level. Here's another ground photo looking east, showing the area for the proposed project. As you can see, most of the area has been previously disturbed. The proposed project would extend north, which is toward the left of the photo, beyond the existing disposal area. The green delineates the area that would be graded and excavated, and the purple delineates the proposed waste footprint. Here are photo simulations of what the landfill would look like at final closure, viewed from the north, looking southeast toward the Pacific Ocean. The photo on the left shows what the closure would look like for the currently permitted landfill, and the photo on the right shows what the final closure would look like for the proposed capacity increase. Closure of the proposed project is estimated to occur in 2038. This concludes the overview of the proposed project plans. I would now like to hand it over to Ms. Leipner to discuss the CEQA review.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. A subsequent environmental impact report has been prepared for the proposed project pursuant to the requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act and our county CEQA guidelines. As required by the county's guidelines, the County Planning and Development Department was our environmental hearing officer for the EIR. The steps in the subsequent EIR and public noticing process are listed on this slide. All noticing met or exceeded state and county standards. The main public comments received during the CEQA review process included concerns regarding operation of the ADF and CMU, concerns regarding implementing the proposed project while issues related to operation of the ADF and CMU are outstanding, concerns regarding biological issues, and requests to consider alternatives such as enhanced source separation and waste reduction. The final subsequent EIR includes all public comments and responsible agency comments received on the draft EIR, and where appropriate, revisions to the draft EIR were made in response to comments. This slide lists the environmental topics analyzed in the subsequent environmental impact report. The impact analyses were conducted by our environmental consultant, Padre Associates, and other issue area technical experts for air quality, water resources, traffic, safety, and geologic hazards. Based on the subsequent EIR analysis, the proposed project would result in the following significant and unavoidable impacts. Construction equipment and landfill gas from the decomposition of the community's buried waste results in emission of methane and other greenhouse gases. The landfill complies with all applicable greenhouse gas regulations, and measures will be implemented to reduce construction-related emissions. But the project's greenhouse gas emissions would exceed the county's threshold of significance and would result in a significant and unavoidable impact. Because the project extends the service life of the landfill, the greenhouse gas emissions would also extend further into time, also resulting in a significant and unavoidable impact. It should be noted that these emissions will ultimately occur wherever the waste is buried. The proposed project would also result in a potentially significant and unavoidable impact to the Crotches bumblebee. The bumblebee is a candidate for listing on the California Endangered Species Act. In summer 2023, 5 individual bumblebees were found foraging on native plants on a previously disturbed cut slope that had been successfully hydroseeded with a coastal sage scrub seed mix. Construction of the project would remove 10.2 acres of this restored foraging habitat and may also affect individuals and nests if they are present in the work area. Mitigation measures have been identified to minimize the impacts of the bumblebee, and we are currently consulting with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife on other possible avoidance measures and permit requirements. However, due to the complex life cycle of the Crotches bumblebee and technical requirements of the project, the impacts are considered potentially significant and unavoidable at this time. Also, because the overall closure and revegetation of the landfill would be delayed, significant unavoidable biological impacts to adjacent undisturbed areas of the landfill property would also extend further into time, resulting in a potentially significant and unavoidable impact. This slide lists the other significant but mitigable impacts that could result from the implementation of the project. Mitigation measures have been identified and included in the mitigation monitoring program to reduce these impacts to a less than significant level. As required by CEQA, alternatives to the project that could reduce potentially significant impacts were analyzed. The alternatives analyzed include the required no project alternative, 2 on-site project alternatives, which would have reduced waste footprints and provide less disposal capacity than the proposed project, and 2 off-site disposal alternatives. I do want to note that there really isn't a do-nothing alternative, and the consequences of the no project alternative really are ultimately off-site transport and disposal. The 2 off-site disposal alternatives would entail sending all residual and bypass waste to Chiquita Canyon Landfill in Los Angeles County, or to a combination of the Chiquita Canyon Landfill and the City of Santa Maria's landfills, depending on the origin of the waste. These off-site alternatives significantly increase vehicle miles traveled and transportation-related air quality and greenhouse gas emissions. Several other alternatives were identified by the public that were briefly discussed in the EIR, such as improved source separation and curbside organics collection. But based on the documented participation rates from other communities that implement these programs, these types of programs cannot feasibly meet the objectives of the project, and therefore they were considered but not reviewed in detail. It should be noted that all of the alternatives assume continued operation of the resource center. Based on the EIR analysis, Alternative B, which involves increasing capacity by only increasing the height of the landfill, would reduce biological impacts and reduce on-site greenhouse gas emissions. Therefore, it was identified as the environmentally superior alternative among the alternatives studied. However, under this alternative, the landfill would reach capacity in approximately 2031, 7 years earlier than the proposed project, ultimately requiring transport and off-site disposal of residual and bypass waste. While there is still debt service and resulting in additional vehicle miles traveled to dispose of the waste and transportation-related air quality impacts and greenhouse gas emissions. Therefore, the proposed project, with the mitigation identified in the EIR, is the best option to meet our community's waste disposal needs, as it would reduce impacts to the maximum extent feasible, avoid additional transportation-related costs and impacts, while meeting operational, engineering, and financial objectives associated with continued management and disposal of our community's waste. When significant and unavoidable impacts are identified as a part of the environmental review, a statement of overriding considerations must be adopted explaining the reasons why the project's benefits outweigh the significant environmental effects. The benefits and overriding considerations for the proposed project include that it provides a long-term waste management plan, it provides the most cost-effective means of managing the region's waste, it meets the mandate of the California Integrated Waste Management Act, it provides disposal capacity for disaster-related debris, the project extends and increases the implementation of advanced waste recovery technologies, including the use of renewable landfill gas to produce green energy. It increases the efficiency of waste burial through the additional settlement of the existing buried waste. It contributes to the local economy by continuing to provide local jobs for staff, consultants, and contractors supporting landfill construction and operations. And finally, the project provides continued employment of landfill staff in a safe and humane work environment. With that, I'll turn the presentation back to Ms. Gonzalez-Knight.
The proposed project is the most cost-effective means of managing our community's waste. The alternatives with off-site disposal are considered to be financially infeasible and prohibitive, since their annual cost would be greater than 8.4 times that of the proposed project. The estimated equivalent annual cost of the proposed project is $1.6 million, remarkably lower than the annual cost of up to $13.4 million for off-site transportation and disposal. The proposed project would incur an upfront capital cost of $20.4 million and would require a one-time increase to the tipping fee of 7.4%. Whereas the cost for off-site disposal would be an ongoing expense estimated at $170 million for the equivalent time span, and would require a substantial increase of 44.2% to the county's tipping fee when coupled with the existing debt service for the resource center and paying $14.6 million in closure costs for the Tehigas landfill in 2026. It is for these reasons that staff recommends the Board of Supervisors take the following actions before you and summarized here on this slide. This concludes our presentation. We thank you for your consideration, and we are available here to answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much. Questions from the board? Okay, how about from the public? Oh, I'm sorry, we have a question from Supervisor Williams.
Just wondering, I understand there was general comments solicited, but did any of our local government partners express any sort of preference on any of the options in the EAR?
Thank you for that question, Supervisor Williams, to the chair. Jody Leipner, would you care to answer that from public comment?
Chair and Supervisor Williams, we did not specifically receive any comments from our partners, just from the regulatory agencies involved.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you for the presentation. My question has to do with something I know you're focused on, which is how much trash and waste we produce. And I was recently happy to tour Tehigas with you all, and thank you for taking that time with me and my staff, and learned a ton. And one of the alarming parts, which I know you share, is just how much trash we produce. 9 pounds a day per person. The average American does 4.9, so we're double almost. And so I just wondered in this presentation, what I was looking for, and I'm wondering if you can speak to roles here, where's the plan to reduce? I understand you're making the case for why we need to expand, but what I want to understand better, and I'm not sure which department it is, but I'm sure it's many departments, but where is that conversation happening within this decision that we need to make today?
Thank you, Supervisor, through the chair. That's a really great point. The first R that we teach in every tour is reduce. And that is a pivotal point in our education. We work with tons of schools and explore ecology to make sure that message gets out very young. We have a lot to do, and I know there are some other policies on the horizon with the state of California and CalRecycle in particular that are looking at reducing the amount of waste that is produced at the production, at manufacturer levels, and then increasing the requirements for making sure that anything that is plastic, pollution, for example, is recyclable, actually has a market and can be recycled. We're at really the mercy of the community's waste and the amount that we receive, and how we find markets to recycle that material.
I appreciate that. And again, I was very much taken with how much you emphasize that to those who visit. But I'm just wondering, and perhaps this is a question for the CEO, I mean, who's on point? I know this isn't the point of the discussion today, but I see the bigger picture. If we're being asked to expand the facility, to me, that should be accompanied with the plan to also reduce. I know many nonprofits are committed to that. Schools are committed to that. I'm interested in our county's waste footprint. How much are we contributing to that to that 9 pounds a day? So I'm just hoping that that can be a further discussion. And that's what I was looking for as I'm, was reviewing these materials and being asked to expand. I would feel much better about it, understanding that it's also being accompanied with plans to really get the word out, to work with agencies, et cetera. And again, I know there is work being done. I'm just looking for more evidence of that today.
I think Supervisor Hartman wants to add on to that.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I thank you, Supervisor Capps, for raising that issue, because I think it's really an important one. And I think we want to do more than just point at the state standards and say we're trying to comply with them. So I think what we're asking is, what more can we do here? I had an interesting experience with others up at Hope Village, where we saw the Live Arc. Basically, they're coolers that keep the inside warm when it's cold out and keep it hot when it's cold out and cool when it's hot out. And it's made from 30% recycled plastic that we send to Malaysia, and then they send back here to manufacture. And so it just seems that there's more we could be doing in terms of trying to find markets that are local and being more of a leader in our county for reducing waste. I think education is really important, and we haven't really raised the alarm, but I think we all need to put our heads together and think about what is best practices, cutting edge, state of the art that we can be doing. I understand that we've made huge strides on organic waste and working with restaurants, and I'm really impressed. That came a lot from state standards, but I think some of the things perhaps with the Chumash and recycling food was cutting edge when your department figured out how to help allow them to do that. So the question is, how can we do more of that? How can we really work together and be more creative? Because it really is, as Supervisor Williams often points out, to be the birthplace of the environmental movement, and not to be walking the talk is pretty embarrassing. So we're looking to you for more answers.
So Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, I think we do have a lot of really focused efforts on education that Jeanette spoke about, and we have implemented programs over the years. I think the a step we could go to is looking if there's some kind of policies or something that would be beneficial to implement along these lines, and then continuing to look for opportunities, like you said, to kind of implement whatever the latest and greatest thing is out there. And that's a lot of what Jeanette's team does in working with other agencies throughout the state. Carlisle Johnston, who runs the Resource Center, has traveled across the state looking for the latest things that are being done along these lines. And so we can work on implementing whatever new technologies or new programs that might be out there that can help with this.
would you be willing to come back to the board at some point? And I mean, I'm assuming some would require policy changes, and some might have budget implications, but I mean, give us a more comprehensive look at this so that we can, you'll be putting your good minds together, but that we could understand the thinking and where the best opportunities might be.
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, yes, that's something we could bring back.
Thanks.
Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sneddon. I appreciate that. And again, I don't believe this is one department's responsibility, and that's why I posed the question of where does this responsibility lie, because it certainly would relate to our climate action plan, but also our procurement. And the fact is, you know, when on the school board, we eliminated styrofoam, which actually costs a bit more in terms, and then quietly when budgets got tight, styrofoam came back. So I just, you know, I want to understand that better, because as a county, we are producing a ton of this waste that is at the basis of this expansion. Everybody has a role to play in this. So I'm just, again, I don't mean to throw a curveball here, but I just, as in making this decision, was looking for the plan so that we don't just keep expanding, that we actually make some progress, and that we're not almost double the national average of waste per person. So again, I don't know what that suggestion is, but I'm looking for that going forward.
CEO Miyasada.
Supervisor Capps, through the chair, when Public Works comes back, we can certainly involve our other departments, CSD, Sustainability Division, our General Services and Procurement, and we can do a review of what policies we have as far as reducing waste, you know, as Public Works says in this division, reduce, reuse, recycle. And so what are we doing in other facets to respond to your question?
Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I think the department has understandably been focused on improving the operations, which is the biggest bang for the buck for increasing diversion in the short run. But I hope that today is sort of an opportunity for us to reaffirm our interest in diversion as a larger project, and to maximize diversion both through the recovery project and any other operational changes that we can institute that are within the price tolerance of our partners at the city of Goleta and the city of Santa Barbara. I think that the issue is big. It predates Amazon. It predates all of us. I mean, I've watched this trajectory, and it's since recycling began, we have not, except in times of recession, actually reduced the annual tonnage going into the landfill or the amount per person. It's continued to rise, outpacing our technological expertise. And so it gives rise to a question, not only do institutions have to look at this holistically, but do we as a people have to think a little inwardly about our own conduct, our own habits. When I taught courses at UCSB in environmental studies, we called it affluenza. The consequences of living a high waste, lifestyle, I do think that we need to equip our institutions to look at what's the biggest bang for the buck for additional diversion. And to me, I'm interested in looking at it not just by weight, which is our typical way to look at it, but by volume, which is actually our limiting factor in this case, right? And so things that typically would not be high priorities, right? Because when you're dealing with weight, you're looking at, okay, construction materials, that's really heavy, right? But it doesn't actually take up much space per the weight. So when you look at beyond weight, it brings other factors into play, like textiles, that make up 2 to 8% of global emissions, and that people typically just rip through at a blinding pace. I think a prominent a prominent celebrity just said that she's no longer going to buy any new clothes. That's the right approach. So we not only need to equip our institutions, but equip our society with the knowledge that as much as we are working very hard, creating facilities that facilitate people's diversion, it won't actually get the task done without a fundamental change in values and people's own habits. Technology alone will not solve this. We have to solve it.
Supervisor Hartman?
Thank you. Well, one final point. I heard on the radio this morning that every week human beings consume about a credit card worth of plastics. And so that's really astonishing. So endocrine disruption, weight gain, insulin resistance, decreased reproductive health, and cancer are all associated. Just a few years ago, we didn't really know what the impacts of plastics, microplastics in particular, were on human health. We suspected it was, and could verify that fish and aquatic species suffered. But so I think plastics have gone really over the roof in terms of our use, and what more can we do to reduce with local ordinances or maybe a focused education. But I think it's quickly reaching crisis proportions, so would really like to focus on that if we can.
Okay. This would be a good time to go to public comment. How many speakers do we have?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, we have 7 requests to speak.
All right, we'll do 3 minutes each.
We will begin with Bruce Hendricks via Zoom.
And after we get, I think you're both filling out forms for public comment. Okay, after we get those 2 in, then we'll close public comment after that.
Bruce?
Hi, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Oh, great, thank you. Thank you for allowing public comment on this. I'm a resident by the landfill, and as the board is aware, there's been some operational issues for the past 2 years. Severe odor issues that have caused some health issues to the community, debris, litter on the beaches and in the ocean. It would seem to me, and I would urge the board to think about correcting the existing operational issues before deciding to expand. I realize, I believe that there's discussions of a new operator facility. There's a significant issues that are at the facility, and I would just urge you again, it seems prudent to correct the existing problems before an expansion, which would likely continue to add to the existing problems. Thank you.
Next, we'll go to Kay Griffith to be followed by Mariah Smith. Kay? Kay Griffith, if you can hear us, if you can unmute yourself on your end, you've been unmuted on our end. Okay, we'll go ahead and go on to Mariah and Kay. If you can figure out your audio issues, we'll come back to you in just a moment. Mariah? Mariah, I see your hand raised. You've been unmuted on our end. If you can unmute yourself on your end.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Mariah Smith, and I'm a full-time Gaviota resident. My family has been living here since before the landfill existed. We have 3 daughters, and we're active members of our Gaviota community. More people would be actually out here today, but we just learned about this meeting on Thursday, and a lot of people couldn't get time off from work or find childcare. Many people are pointing out how expanding Tahigas landfill is environmentally a challenge, but I'm here to talk about the human consequences that occur when landfills have constant violations. It's easy to overlook the word violation on a form, but those violations really do create massive human suffering. If you've ever had morning sickness, oh, sorry. If you've ever had morning sickness or know someone that has, imagine having morning sickness when your entire house smells like rotting compost. Imagine having your children throw up outside from the compost odor. Imagine having your 9-year-old daughter bullied at school because her hair and her clothing stinks. Imagine evacuating from the Alisal wildfire for months and then having to intermittently leave your house from intense compost odor for the next 2 years. And that's in the middle of the night, too. The Tahigas landfill odor violations have been a huge tragedy for the children of Santa Barbara County. I'm so sorry. We had multiple odor violations this morning and we had compost odor violations this morning and multiple times this week. The odor violations are not just from the composting facility. On March 14th, that's last Thursday, Carlisle Johnson emailed that, quote, since February 29th, 2024, we have received 7 odor complaints that cover 4 days, all in the last week. Staff and the local enforcement agency have been on site investigating the source of odors and have determined that the green waste deck is likely to be the primary source of the odor complaints rather than composting operations, end quote. If Tahigas landfill can't manage itself without constant, continuous violations at its current size, it would be short-sighted to expand right now. Thank you so much for your time.
We'll move on to Kate Lane to be followed by Linda Smith. Kate?
Yes, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Dear Supervisors, thank you for letting me speak this afternoon. My name is Kat Lane, and I'm an Isla Vista resident and environmental studies graduate from UCSB and previously worked for the Isla Vista.
Oops. Kat?
Sorry, did that get cut off?
Yes.
Okay, should I restart my comment?
Yes, please.
Okay. Dear Supervisors, thank you for letting me speak this afternoon. My name is Kat Lane. I'm an Isla Vista resident and environmental studies graduate from UCSB and previously worked for the Isla Vista Compost Collective, though I do not speak on behalf of this group today. Clearly, the Tahigas landfill is in a grave state of noncompliance and is taking a service that is supposed to greatly benefit the community and turning it into one that is harmful to local residents. Based on letters from SBC APCD, CCRWQCB, and SBC EHS, and comments from Marburg and MSB subcontractors, the landfill has clear systemic issues that will not be solved by expansion. There are disastrous problems with air pollutants, leachate, berms, water quality, worker and visitor safety, and quality of life for nearby residents, among a plethora of other issues that all need to be addressed further than just terminating the contract with MSB investors. Before this expansion project is approved, the violations at Tahigas must be resolved so that workers have a safe working environment and so that waste disposal is actually diverting salvageable material and working with the environment, not against it. Tahigas should be working towards a circular economy of waste and be a leader in environmental stewardship surrounding waste disposal. Until these criteria are met, Tahigas will continue to fail even after its closure, and the residents of Santa Barbara County, quite frankly, deserve better. I urge the supervisors to hold Tahigas and SBDPW more accountable by seeing that these violations and egregious behaviors are solved before ever even considering landfill expansion. Thank you so much for your time.
Linda Smith?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay, my name is Linda Smith. I also live at Arroyo Camada, the community below the Tahigas landfill. And just 2 points that I want to raise that maybe other people haven't yet is that the creek that comes from the landfill, when it is at full capacity, it smells like garbage, and it smells on the beach. It smells you can smell it for a long way. The other thing is that the creeks probably are also carrying microplastics down into the ocean. And I think that somehow this needs to be cleaned up and cleared up before we can continue with expansion. Thank you.
Kay Griffith. Kay, you've been unmuted on our end. If you can unmute yourself on your end. We will move on to Doug Kern here in Santa Barbara.
Chair Lavigno, honorable members, the Board of Supervisors. My name is Doug Kern. I stand before you today representing the Gaviota Coast Conservancy. Unfortunately, I have a deep sense of disappointment with this landfill expansion proposal. While I respect and appreciate the great work of the Public Works staff, the proposed landfill expansion is a temporary Band-Aid on a much larger wound. Santa Barbara County deserves better. The Resource Center is not working, as we all recognize. Promising a solution, it has instead led us to this critical juncture, needing more landfill space on the Gaviota Coast, an international biodiversity hotspot. We need a solid fix to the Resource Center or staff. We'll soon be back in front of your successors asking for more space to dump our waste. The consequences of this poor implementation of the Resource Center are not just environmental. The failing Resource Center has a terrible impact on the residents of Arroyo Camada, who endure the odors and potential health risks from the operations, impacting their very quality of life. Visitation at nearby ranches Arroyo Hondo Preserve and Barone Ranch are impacted by the funk. We can do better. If we're going to expand the landfill, let's get honest about the Resource Center. GCC strongly supports the proposal for an independent review by a panel of experts. A transparent assessment can identify the flaws and recommend real solutions to make it work. Secondly, we need to set a clear goal for ending landfill use at the Tajigas landfill. Let's commit to December 31st, 2038 to permanently end the landfilling. Finally, let's protect a vital part of our future. Barone Ranch is a coastal treasure. Let's designate it as a protected area, ensuring its beauty is enjoyed for future generations. Board of Supervisors has the power to chart a new course. Let's prioritize a sustainable solution for Santa Barbara County, one that safeguards our environment and protects our health of our communities. Thank you.
Anna Citrin to be followed by Edward Jermia.
Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. Anna Citrin, the Legal and Policy Director for the Gaviota Coast Conservancy. First, want to quickly extend our thanks for the discussion that happened at the beginning of this item. We absolutely support increased focus on waste reduction, and we could do a lot better. The requests that Doug Kern articulated I'll elaborate a little bit on those. And we're requesting that the board give Public Works direction on these items today, together with any action you take. The requests are appropriate and needed, as explained in our letter, to bolster mitigation in the EIR that is lacking. Our requests are also directly tied to commitments the board has previously made with respect to the landfill and resource center over the years. One of those commitments was made to the public, including ratepayers and the participating jurisdictions, that the $250 million resource center would provide a long-term solution for our county's solid waste, diverting 60% from the landfill, producing usable compost, and extending the landfill's life. The problems faced at the Resource Center are big, complicated problems with numerous ramifications, and our request for an independent review echoes the request made by solid waste expert Paul Rellis at your hearing in December on the Mustang contract termination. And so we do request a full accounting from Public Works on the Resource Center's status, and that be reviewed by an independent panel of experts. Improving diversion would directly mitigate the capacity increase project's significant and unavoidable GHG emission impacts, and that should have been part of the EIR. We also request that, with respect to other commitments the board made, that in the resolution that was approved in January, that Tahigas landfill not be further expanded after 2038, and that the board begin to seek alternative locations for disposal of waste. We request that the board direct Public Works to start this process now. It could take time, and we need to have other options by the time 2039 rolls around. We also request that the board direct Public Works to establish permanent protections for the unprotected portions of the landfill and of Burone Ranch. And those protections should be in addition and complementary to any permanent protections required by the wildlife agencies. That concludes my comments. And again, we ask that you take specific direction on these items today and don't let them trail and potentially not come back. We want Public Works to come back with a solid plan for improving the resource center and protecting these critically important areas. Thank you very much.
Edward Jermia, to be followed by Jasmine Ment.
Okay, I cannot address Tahigas landfill without thinking about Las Positas landfill or Elings Park. That was a landfill right downtown Santa Barbara, and that was chosen not to be abandoned and subdued, right? Here we are, we're trying to expand on Tahigas landfill, which is a bad idea. It's a landfill right on the coast. So you're gonna double down on a bad idea? I don't think that's a good policy. And I felt like I had to give my 10 cents. Hope that helps you guys out. Thank you.
Jasmine Ment, to be followed by Kelsey Doughty.
My name is Jasmine Ment, and I'm a Gaviota resident, and I'm very opposed to this expansion. The things you've done at the landfill to try to remediate the waste problem has not worked at all. The compost project is a bust. The compost expert you paid tons of money to bring in even said that's not the right way to compost. You have made this center, and meanwhile, you're wanting to expand on a project that's not working. I'm not going to repeat everything that's already been said. There's been wonderful points made. If there's an earthquake, having a landfill on the coast when there's a big earthquake would just be an awful idea. And I think that Santa Barbara has a chance to be the environmental leaders of the issues we have today. Earth Day started here, and this is an opportunity for Santa Barbara to really take that and lead and go in the right direction. Find a place, find rules, have regulations where there's things actually happening to reduce the waste, and find a place where there's a landfill, a place for a landfill that is appropriate, not on the coast. Thanks.
And now for our final speaker, Kelsey Doughty.
Hi, thank you for having us, and thank you to the supervisors for the points that you made about diversion. I really appreciated those points. I'm Kelsey Doughty. I'm a PhD in biogeochemistry and environmental science, and I'm a Gaviota resident. I've done some soil consulting for the compost resource center, the compost facility, when John Dewey was in charge, recommending particular monitoring to do and steps to take. I can't say that all my recommendations or many of them at all were taken, but we tried. So I've been impacted by the odor and also by the runoff during the storm season that comes down the creek. And I really want to emphasize how significant that is, because you can not only smell right where the creek is emptying into the ocean, but you can smell it down the coast at least half a mile. And when you're in the water, you can also, feel that this is not a clean place to be, but I don't think that there's significant monitoring efforts being taken, and that's really scary as a Gaviota resident, as a Santa Barbara resident. Many Santa Barbara residents who don't live there appreciate those beaches, and the fact that there could be any number of contaminants, not only from the compost, but from the landfill, heavy metals, fecal bacteria was a huge issue, even in the compost, which was concerning. And so I think beyond the odor that's impacting local residents, it's really concerning for the whole ecosystem to have a landfill in the middle of a watershed and to not have significant efforts being taken for monitoring or significant efforts being taken for diversion. Most people in town don't know where their waste goes, and that's super scary. How can we have effective diversion and education around landfills and understanding where our waste goes, protecting the coastal treasures that are in Gaviota without knowing what happens to waste and where it goes when you throw it away. So I think there's a lot of people in this community that would be willing to participate in diversion efforts, and it's a missed opportunity as of yet. So I really I'm in opposition to the expansion until the violations have been addressed and until there's substantial actionable measures being taken for diversion, and also until there's a substantial environmental monitoring plan so that people know they can be safe at the beach and be safe drinking from well water nearby. I think that having this landfill here on the coast is a huge risk, and that it's not being taken that way. It's super concerning as a resident and as someone who just cares about the local ecosystem. So I really would urge you to address these points before any expansion is approved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate the public comment. Is that our last speaker?
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, that was in fact our last speaker.
Excellent. All right, I'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Supervisor Hartman.
I wonder if staff would like to respond to some of the things that you heard from testimony, in particular about the creek. And if you don't, I'd like to hear the water quality monitoring that occurs, as well as the other studies that we have done. At some point, I'm not opposed to the idea of having some kind of citizens advisory committee, but I've learned myself how complicated the Resources Center is, and we've hired people, several different studies, so I'd like you to talk about that, because I think it's more complicated perhaps than than I would have thought.
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, I'm going to start with the last thing, and then I'll turn it over to the team for the first two things you brought up. In terms of and again, this project is not the same as the ongoing operations at Tahigas, but we already have at least nine regulatory agencies that we report to. We also, for operations, we have financial oversight that we report to, and we're accountable to our city partners and our ratepayers. So there already is a lot of oversight and communication on the project. And we also have had 2 independent reviews of the operations from world-leading experts. And we're, as your board knows, through the actions that we've taken and you've taken over the last 6 months, engaged really the leading experts in the fields of how to operate these facilities as efficiently and as expertly as possible. And so I think there already is a lot of people giving their input on how this operation is run. And then I'll turn it over to Jeanette or Jody to talk about the water quality and some of the things that we do for that.
Thank you. He mentioned the 9 regulatory agencies. That's just for the resource center. The landfill has even more. And so we work closely with our regulatory agencies to develop these monitoring plans and sampling plans. We actually submit to them on monthly, quarterly, and annual basis reports also as well. And that is publicly available on each of those platforms that we submit documents to. So there is a very robust monitoring plan and environmental management systems that really ensure and safeguard what we're doing at the Tehigas landfill.
So I guess I'd like to add that this is a cutting-edge technology here in California in Santa Barbara County, and we have had some lessons to learn and a fire to overcome, and I've have a lot of empathy for the Arroyo Camado residents and others who've experienced the odor. I think the department has worked really hard, and Carlisle in particular, in communicating, trying to identify the problems, and I'm sure that will continue. And I think, I know you think they're unrelated. In my mind, they really are, because we're trying to reduce waste with the resources center so that we don't have as much to go into the landfill. So Director McAlpin mentioned to me a vision. He said, by the time this closes in 2038, we hope to have our waste stream reduced to a trickle, so that if we really at that point have to truck somewhere else, that there really won't be that much to have to deal with. So we really, that's the dream I want to have for all of us, and figure out how to do that. And it means that the resource center has to be operating at top level, and we have to be working with the larger community. And it may be there where it would be helpful to have a community group advising once you come back with how we divert and reduce our better, maybe how to implement, or working with a broader group, because it's going to take all of us and a really concerted effort. I'd also like to say the Gaviota Coast Conservancy has a special role with regard to this. They really enforced a resolution that we committed to, that this closes by 2038. And I know that Public Works has been negotiating with GCC about ensuring that closure, and also that the Gaviota Coast Conservancy could serve as a land manager for the Barone Ranch area. And so negotiations have been ongoing, and I would like that to continue. I think that's very productive. I think that could be very helpful both to the county and the public interest. And so I'd like to have you take another month and come back to the board having figured that out, because I believe you're very close. So that concludes my comments, unless I get something else my colleagues say triggers me.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, I agree with the many comments about diversion being key, and I do think it's linked with the future here, because to create a situation where we adequately divert waste will facilitate some of the aspirations that I hear in the community. If the community's top priority is diversion and the department's top priority is diversion, there must be some possibility of common ground. However, I just want to point out that that does not eliminate the immediate need for a landfill expansion. And that is an inconvenient fact, but it is one that if we do not proceed upon a landfill expansion, what that will do is run out the clock and force there to be export of waste to other communities. And I do not believe that there is anything environmentally superior about taking a problem that we have and simply exporting it to another community to deal with. Chiquita does not have superior operations. We will not improve the environment by trucking our waste long distance and then disposing it in the same primitive means that people have been using for 40 years. We need to fix the resource center and the operations, and we need to continue the trend of innovating better and more sophisticated diversion techniques. And I think Supervisor Hartman said it accurately that this is cutting edge technology. We obviously did not have everything running on it right, and I appreciate that the advocates were right from the beginning about who was running it. That is important, and perhaps we should have changed course earlier. But it does not take away to the fact that 2 years in the regulatory space is, you need the full 2 years to get approval at a state level. And so if we delay this, it runs the risk of environmental consequences for our own community with heavy trucks moving through it. Chiquita runs south, so all of the South Coast will have additional trucking and additional pollution and additional problems. The trucks that we use, we try to use as clean as trucks as possible, but we're talking about carcinogens. And so it is not an environmentally superior option to be trucking waste, and we need to support the expansion. We also need to mandate that our department come back with ideas to increase diversion. And I also have hope that we can reach agreement. But that agreement on the conservation easements is not contingent upon the decision we make today. We retain sovereignty as the Board of Supervisors, and we can urge and continue negotiations to reach an amicable solution with GCC.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks to the Gaviota Coast Conservancy for your advocacy, and I want to appreciate Supervisor Hartman's work to try to get to a negotiated deal to better, I mean, the goals are aligned here. I think you can probably hear, for those of us who are proud to be environmentalists, to feel this rock in a hard place. The last thing I want to do is expand a landfill, as much as I have respect for the people, the hardworking people who have creatively worked on that landfill, and I was, again, impressed very much with my visit. So this is the last thing I would want to be doing in this day and age, when we should be focused on reduction and all of the efforts that we know can work, decreasing our reliance on single-use plastics, styrofoam, all of the things that end up in the landfill. So, but the way that this has been presented, I am in alignment with my colleagues that trucking it elsewhere does not make sense economically, environmentally. It's not something I can put my support behind, so I will be supporting the recommendation here.
Thank you. And I'll remind everybody that if you want to truck it north to Santa Maria's landfill is on a river. So it's not much of a better situation there. I agree. I think we can do two things at once, and we have to do more than one thing here, and we can be doing all these things at the same time. It's interesting, though, that understanding that people don't know where their waste goes, and I totally agree with that. It's actually a good idea for a field trip for kids to go to the landfill.
Definitely.
Might not be that exciting, but yeah, they do that? Okay, cool. Yeah, and then the other side of this is we're going to leave this hearing. We're going to another hearing where we're talking about we're going to build thousands of new homes in Santa Barbara County. So the idea that somehow we're going to reduce the amount of trash that's going into the landfill, I'm not sure how that's going to happen, but so everybody's got their work cut out for them. So is there a motion? Supervisor Hartman.
So I'll take a shot at this. I would move A through F with direction that staff come back in 6 months with a report about waste diversion, waste reduction, and perhaps ideas to engage the community in implementing that, and that we report back and this could be just even a director's report on within 1 month for negotiations with GCC.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. We're now going to recess to closed session. County Council, please read the items for consideration today. I'd like to point out we were supposed to be out of here at 12:30. It is now 12:32. Thank you. Okay, go ahead. We didn't have Bob asking questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The board's scheduled for closed session today.
Just a second. I'm sorry, Rachel. We still have to have, we have to read out into closed session really quick. So if we can hold just a second, conversations, give us 1 minute. Thanks. Go ahead.
The board is scheduled to meet in closed session on 2 items of existing litigation, American Medical Response West versus the county, as well as Anderson versus the county. Both are Santa Barbara Superior Court cases. And conference with labor negotiators for all bargaining units, unrepresented employees, managers, and executives. Agency designated representatives are CEO Monomi Sato and Human Resources Director Christine Schmidt. And the time estimate, I think we could complete it in 45 minutes.
Okay, why don't we say an hour? We come back at 1:30 or 55 minutes, whatever it is. All right. Oh, yeah, but we're good. All right, I'd like to bring us back from closed session, and County Council, can you update us on what we discussed?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The board met in closed session on 2 items of existing litigation, American Medical Response West versus the county and Anderson versus the county, and conference with labor negotiators for all bargaining units, and the board took no reportable action.
All right, thank you very much. We're adjourned to a Board of Supervisors workshop on potential rezone sites for the county housing element to be held this afternoon in the Planning Commission hearing room here in Santa Barbara at approximately 2 o'clock with remote participation from the Santa Maria Board of Supervisors hearing room.